It's 6 o'clock with your BBC News. I'm Sam Thompson. There's been widespread relief after doctors have discovered a breakthrough gene therapy treatment for Huntington's disease, which could give decades more healthy life to patients. The condition has no cure and is described as a combination of dementia, Parkinson's and motor neurone disease. Nikita has tested positive for the Huntington's gene. She says the treatment is a relief.
My symptoms haven't started to show yet, but, they could show anytime now in the next 10 years. If it doesn't support me, this landing, it's going to help all the next generations, all those younger people that are out there, that have been seeing their loved ones go through similar things. And it's just going to give us all so much more hope.
Part of Morpeth has been cordoned off this afternoon after police found a number of suspected unexploded devices. It's understood the Regional Organised Crime Unit found them during a search of a property on Oliver's Hill. A small number of properties in the area were evacuated as a precaution. People living with breast cancer in the North East are set to benefit from a new initiative in Gateshead. The Northern Centre for Breast Research is based at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and is promising better health outcomes and improved quality of care. It'll focus on improving diagnosis, treatments and broadening access to clinical trials. Dr Simon Lowes is a consultant breast radiologist and director of the centre.
As a region, we're underserved, we're underrepresented, and I think as a local breast unit within Gateshead, we're probably even more so underrepresented. And I think just having that level of visibility, even patients knowing that they're in a centre of excellence is important. But then actually be able to build on that and deliver more research obviously is going to be hugely beneficial.
Now Newcastle United are about to do something they've not done for decades. Walk out onto a pitch to defend a title. They host League One Bradford City in the Carabao Cup tonight. The Magpies have only scored 3 goals across their 6 matches so far this season, and their 3 away games have all ended 0-0. But boss Eddie Howe says he's confident things are going to improve.
We created chances against Barcelona, one of the best teams in Europe. We looked threatening on the night. Yeah, the Bournemouth game was difficult, but I think it always is going there, and I thought we gave a strong performance without the killer touch. But we're working on that all the time, and I back the players that we have to score goals.
Well, of course, there will be commentary on Newcastle against Bradford from 7:45 here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Build-up starts with Total Sport coming to you live from St James's Park in just a few moments. But before that, anybody from here knows this already. Here in the North East, we have got some of Britain's best pubs, haven't we? This evening, though, it could become official. 3 establishments here are in the running for prizes at the Great British Pub Awards. The 3 Mile in Gosforth is up for Best Family Pub. Spy Bar in Jesmond's nominated for Best Pub to Watch Sport. And the Tyneside on Gateshead High Street is up for Best Community Pub. Louisa is one of the landlords there and says running a community pub was never really the aim.
It's a real homemade kind of job. Lee's from the High Street and he built the pub himself. With the High Street being kind of run down and not many shops open, we kind of got together with all of the other shops and services and got together and think how we can regenerate the High Street and bring people back.
Well, best of luck to them. The weather for the North East, clear spells and a few patches of cloud. Could feel a little bit chilly overnight, lows of 3. Tomorrow should be dry and sunny with highs of 16. And that is your BBC Radio Newcastle News.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So we've had a narrow defeat and a draw against the previous 2 B teams of Barcelona and Bournemouth, so surely a win is due over the Bantams of Bradford. After Champions League and Premier League encounters tonight, it is the EFL Cup which is the focus of our attention. The Magpies' last goal in this competition was a memorable one, scored by a player people are trying to forget.
This is turning into a dream afternoon.
Yes, that day at Wembley in March still lives fresh in the mind, and tonight the Magpies begin their defence of the trophy against the League One leaders. Anyone thinking that it might be an easy ride tonight might do well to remember 2013 when Bradford reached the final as a 4th tier team. Eddie Howe will make changes tonight. What would your team be to get the job done. We'll have the latest from Sunderland too. A clash with Nottingham Forest is next on the agenda for Régis Lebris's team. You'll hear a bit more from fullback Trey Hume tonight, while Sunderland's women are also in League Cup action this evening, as are Newcastle's and Durham's. We'll have reaction to a derby defeat for Gateshead last night. We'll do that at half-time. And, of course, we will update you on a crucial cricket match at Headingley, where Durham are fighting for their Division 1 lives. We're on air until 10 o'clock tonight. Could be a bit later, I guess, if there's penalties. Do get in touch with your opinions on tonight's Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Good evening, I'm Simon Pride. Let me give you the contact details first. 0800 234 6565 is the phone number. Do give us a bell. I would love to get you on the show tonight. We've got Dom and Liam standing by to take your calls. 0800 234 6565. It's free to call that number. If you prefer to send us a message, they will ping up in front of me here at St James's Park. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start all your messages with the letters BBC, otherwise we will not receive them. Alongside me here at St James's, as ever, is John Anderson, former Newcastle United fullback. I say as ever, it was Howie last time when we did the Barcelona game, but you know what I mean. You were here for the game anyway, weren't you?
I was, yes.
So good.
Well, I think I was, yeah.
Yes, it's all a bit of a blur, isn't it? You've been at Bournemouth in the meantime, and then you've swapped with Howie last night. So you're on the show tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we're coming or going.
Too much football, Ando, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
At the moment,
not enough. Razor.
That was Razor. You know that though, don't you? He's our Newcastle United commentator. He is here as well, and we'll have a chat about what we might expect this evening in just a moment. Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, joins us as well. Hello, Marco.
Good evening.
And Nick Barnes, our Sunderland commentator, is with us too. Hello, Barnesy. How are you doing?
Good evening.
That's all the introductions done then. So let's start by looking ahead to tonight's game, Razor. I mean, the fans, everyone really, could do with a good performance and a few goals.
Yeah, goal scoring it's an issue, isn't it? You can't hide away from it. Newcastle, they've had some 0-0 draws in the Premier League. All three of the away games have finished goalless. And I think they were pretty happy with the way they defended against Bournemouth. It was a different type of performance, but one where they didn't carry a lot of attacking threat, and they had that against Barcelona. It was definitely there against Liverpool, but at other times this season it hasn't been. And yeah, they are struggling for goals. They're struggling for goal scorers. They didn't create too much at Bournemouth as well, so they have to find solutions. But we talked about this on our show last night, about how maybe there's an element of transition, new players. Obviously, a 27-goal striker from last season out. Nick Voltemade in, early days for him. No Johan Wissa, which is so key, because Wissa is as good as a guarantee of Premier League goals as you would get from the last few seasons, and it would help them ease Voltemade in. They haven't been able to do that. No Anthony Gordon for 3 league games, but he's back from suspension tonight. So there are certainly some mitigating factors. But one hallmark of Eddie Howe's Newcastle United team has been goals, attacking play. They've been really good to watch. Yeah, I think they're just still trying to sort things out this season and really get it going at that end of the pitch. But it hasn't all been terrible as well, which I think is important to point out.
It's all about just trying to get that balance right. You know, it's one thing keeping it tight at the back, and we've been very tight at the back when you look at the games that we've played, but you need to score at the other end.
Would you prefer it that way around? If they were conceding loads but also scoring a few, would you be more worried than you are now when they're not shipping any but they're not really scoring either? Because you can build on a solid defence, can't you?
Well, if you are shipping a few but scoring more.
Well, if they're scoring more, that's different, isn't it?
You wouldn't mind if you were shipping a few and scoring more than you were letting in. Well, that would be all right. But what was it? The last two away.
That's basic mathematics, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean,
you've mastered it.
The last 2 away games we've had 3 shots on target, I think. that's not going to get the job done, is it?
No. Hopefully we'll see more than that tonight. We'll talk a little bit about what the team might be in just a moment. Let's hear a little bit from Eddie Howe. For the first time, as I mentioned in my introduction, Newcastle go into a League Cup campaign as holders following that unforgettable win over Liverpool at Wembley back in March.
Well, I certainly enjoyed the day. Everything about the day was, for me, one of the best days that I've had in football. It was the performance, the general attitude of the players that day, and the way we handled the occasion was absolutely brilliant. And it was great to experience sort of afterwards the feeling of accomplishing something really special. Then of course we had the parade, which will live long in the memory. So I think probably after the parade we then focused on the rest of the season, and really impressed with how the players attacked that, because it's been very easy to pause in that moment and just be happy with what we'd done in that competition, but we didn't. We went again. So I think there's a lot to reflect on in that period that was really positive. But of course you move on very quickly in football. No one really wants to look back too much. I think it's always about the future and the next game, and we're in the spell now where we're preparing and playing every 2-3 days. We're looking forward to the challenges that await us. Bradford's the next one, and we can't wait for that.
What this competition brought the club last year was fantastic. Why can't it happen again? Who was the last club to retain it? Man City, probably. They used to win it every year, didn't they?
Yeah,
for a little while.
It's not just last season, Pridey. It was what is it now? 3 seasons ago, but 2023, because that run to Wembley was special, and that was a special season where they got into the Champions League a year after turning things around when they were destined for relegation. So that run still really memorable. The games they had then, beating Southampton in the semi-final, it was just the final, the key one, the big one, where things didn't go so well. But to come back and do it last season, and look at all the teams they beat: Chelsea, Arsenal over 2 legs, winning both of them 2-0. They knocked out Nottingham Forest, Brentford, who I think were above Newcastle at the point at which they played them. They achieved so many big things in the League Cup. They love the competition, and one thing that top clubs do not. Newcastle are a great team, even though there's a few issues that we've been talking about, mainly with goal scoring and bedding new players in. What top clubs do is that they win repeatedly and almost relentlessly, like Manchester City. So if Newcastle are going to keep taking big strides forwards, it's about winning more things. And I know they've got more games and they've got Europe this year, but they want to do well in this. They want to go all the way again.
Yes, absolutely, Ando, because last season was something that fans will never forget, whatever happens in the future. And once you've had a taste of that, I guess as a player as well, it was the first trophy for the majority of those players, wasn't it? So they want more.
It was a special day. It was a great day. Everybody remembers it. Bringing a cup back here for the first time, and a domestic trophy for the first time in 70 years was always going to be special. They've got a chance, there's no doubt about it. You couldn't have asked for a better draw home against the League One side, even though they are top of the table at this moment.
Yeah, you could have asked for home against the bottom of League Two side. Better, but I take your point.
But it couldn't. We had to do it the hard way last year. When you look at the draws that we had and the sides that we had to play. It would be great to get back there, but it's the oldest cliche, isn't it? You've just got to take it one game at a time and see where it takes us.
There will be changes again tonight. Eddie Howe thinks Newcastle do have the depth, though, to cope with the extra matches that they have to play this season.
I think we have a strong squad, and I think the rotations that we made in the games are a reflection of that. I think 2 years ago it got to the stage where we couldn't rotate anybody because we obviously had a lot of injuries, and I think we're just trying to navigate the situation better if we can this time around. But we still want to win games, and we still have to win games. We've still got to be competitive, and I thought the team we picked against Bournemouth was a very strong team, and I thought we performed strongly, albeit without a real goal threat.
So the team then, Razor, you've probably got an idea what you think it will be. Ando, it's probably a similar idea. I mean, he made 7 changes, of course, for Bournemouth, so that makes it a little bit trickier, I think, to pick the team tonight, doesn't it?
Do you know what game I like? I like the game we play where Ando gives his predicted 11, and then when the team is announced, we check it against what Ando was expecting. So can we play that again?
Do you want to do that, Ando?
No, not really, because I haven't got a clue what it's going to be.
Well, that's the whole fun of it, isn't it?
Look at it. I think there will be changes. I didn't thought there'd be changes against Bournemouth at the weekend. Didn't expect 7 though. I don't think a lot of people seen that coming. Tonight, I think he'll change the goalkeeper.
Right, go through the team. So Ramsdale,
Ramsdale will play.
Yeah.
I think Kraft will probably play at right back.
Saw him driving in as I came in. He had his window down. He had the look of someone that's going to play tonight. On that basis, I think he's in too.
I think that he'll revert back to a back four.
Lascelles.
I think Lascelles and Botman.
Yeah, although two in a week for Botman.
Yeah,
I mean, they've got Alex Murphy as well, who's been around the first team squad. Could be involved tonight. I don't know.
He still could play 3 centre halves.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
No, okay.
No, I don't think he will.
Play Lascelles.
Left back, I think he'll play Hall again. Because I think he needs to get game time.
I mean, midfield could be a night for Joe Linton, who's just back from injury. You've got Willock and Miley, who you think would probably start.
Hang on, don't you take over? He's doing his team. You can.
I think he'll play. I think he'll rest Tonali. He'll play
so he'll be
young Miley.
Yeah.
I think he'll play Guimaraes.
He'll come back in.
And then who the other one will be? That is, Joe Linton's just back. Do they want to take it easy with him, or do they bring him back in and give him an hour or whatnot?
Such a shame that Ramsey's not fit, because he'd be getting his opportunity.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, Asula will play up front. Gordon will play on the left, and probably Alanga.
I think Alanga will play. So you don't think the Voltemada will start? You want to start with Asula and
I don't think so. Don't think so.
Okay, well, you've just missed out one midfielder. Are you saying Joe Linton for that final spot then?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Razor, would you agree then? Razor probably knows it already, and he's just pretending he doesn't.
There's an embargo on team news at 6:45.
Yeah, but you'll have got a sneaky preview, and then you'll pretend you're just working it out.
Yeah,
and you'll
he knows
get the spot
what
on.
Yeah. He's got it wrote down. Look, he's got that book gripped really, really tight. Nobody's going to see it.
He has got options, and I think that's the point that he's making, that he does have a squad. And it was an issue, just quickly, 2 years ago when they were last in the Champions League. They ended up with an injury crisis, and remember the bench in Paris where they had a couple of goalkeepers. I think Lewis Hall had just come back from injury, and then it was mostly academy players. They are better prepared this time with more depth. That said, there's no Fabian Schär, no Johan Wissa, and no Jacob Ramsey. So you add those three in, you've already mentioned Ramsey Pridey, then they look even stronger. So I do think they are, as the manager says, pretty well equipped this time compared to 2 years ago, which is vitally important when he needs and wants to make changes.
Well, let's hear from Graham Alexander now. He's the Bradford boss, and this is a huge night for his club.
It is a game that's different from the norm. It's not every day you play a top Premier League team full of internationals, and certainly at their place, full house and everything. So it's we're not going to pretend it's the whole occasion is the same as what we've been doing over the last 18 months. But that said, it's still a game of football that we want to be competitive in. So our ambitions don't change.
Am I right in saying, Razor, you'll know this because you've done your homework, Graham Alexander played under Eddie Howe, but he's actually older than him?
Yeah, he's about 6 years older. But when Eddie Howe went to Burnley for his second managerial job after his first spell at Bournemouth, Graham Alexander was one of the senior players there. And they both talked about it in their pre-match press conferences. Alexander said that he wanted to play. Eddie Howe didn't really use him, and Eddie Howe said that he was tasked with lowering the average age of the Burnley team. So I think it was probably a tough spell or a tough time for them in terms of a relationship, but it seems good now. And Eddie Howe said a lot of nice things about Graham Alexander, who brought Bradford up from League 2, automatic promotion. They scored a 96th minute goal on the final day to win and go into League 1, where they are now top. So he's doing really well with them. They're a team in form, and something Eddie Howe said was that whenever you play a team that's top of their league, whichever league it is, it's going to be difficult. And I think probably
just because of that confidence level, that swagger that you maybe get from winning your games, being top of the table.
This stage last season they played Wimbledon at home, a match that was switched to St James's because of a flood at Wimbledon's ground. I'm sure you remember that.
Yeah, of course.
They came here, I don't really think they offered a lot in terms of threat, but I suspect Bradford, for the reasons you've just given, and maybe more, they're also a league above where Wimbledon were last season, will definitely participate and probably be a bit more ambitious. It certainly sounds like it from what the manager said.
Now, I know that Barnsley knows the answer to this. I'm going to put Marco on the spot. Who is the captain of Bradford? Marco? He's been well and truly put on the spot. Silence from Mr. Gabbiadini. Barnsley,
Yeah.
I don't know where Marco's gone.
I
can't see him. No, neither can you. So you can tell us that because
you've got to research the answer.
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly.
You know a bit about this fella, don't you?
It's Max Power.
Yes, formerly of Sunderland, of course. So he'll get the usual reception, I would have thought, tonight, won't he? It's all part of the pantomime, isn't it? I would have thought he was at Sunderland. He was a bit. I mean, he kind of tried to emulate his name, tried to be all action, didn't he?
He's a character, and he will be involved. He's the sort of player. I mean, he's not quite Chris Maguire. Let's not go down that road. He's not that sort of character, but he is a character. I can quite understand why he's captain, because he has those qualities, and he's a talker, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't he once give a fan a lift to the ground? Do you remember that story?
He may well have done. I'm
sure he did.
Sure it wasn't Luke O'Nien.
No, that was a very Luke O'Nien thing to do. But I think it was Max Power on that occasion.
Yeah, but he is a very chatty player. From a media perspective, dealing with Max was fantastic because he would always stop and have a chat and a talk. Very willing to stop and talk to us. Very outgoing, good guy. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, we'll see how he fares tonight. Newcastle United's women away at Forest tonight in the group stage of their League Cup this evening. Durham hosts Sheffield United. We'll talk a little bit more about Sunderland's game at Liverpool in that competition shortly as well. Thank you for now, Razor. I would normally ask you to bring us team news at 6:45, but you have been, look north, trump us in terms of priorities, so you're going to go and do them because you like being on the telly, don't you?
Look north.
Don't you?
Look North needed somebody last minute, and I am both nearby and cheap, free. So
you'll do the business for
I was, I'm doing what I'm told, but Ando can give us the team news, and we can see whether it matches up with yours.
Yeah, we'll do that at 6:45. Razor, thank you. We will, of course, speak to you later, Razor, with commentary of the game alongside Ando. It is a 7:45 kickoff tonight. We will talk Sunderland in a moment and update you with that all-important cricket news as well. The time now is 21 minutes past 6.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Hi, it's Matt here, and on the show this morning we gave away tickets to Newcastle United versus Bradford.
Yes, get in.
That was Dave who won them today. Don't worry if you're a Newcastle United fan and you want to win more tickets. I've got some to give away ahead of the Arsenal game. Make sure you're listening on Friday. However, we are back tomorrow morning, and I'd like to know your double booking stories. Speaking of football, I've managed to book a visit to Santa's Grotto on the same day as the Sunderland Newcastle United derby. Possibly the worst double booking of all time. Can you beat it? I'll see you tomorrow.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yes, I've been to a wedding on Derby Day as well. That didn't go down hugely well when people realised the clash there, but it happens. Anyway, Durham's cricketers are taking on Yorkshire at Headingley. These stakes are very, very high. Both teams are in danger of relegation from Division 1 of the County Championship, and Durham, who chose to bat this morning, had a disastrous start to the game. But when I last looked before I headed to St James's Park, they did seem to have recovered a little. Martin Emerson can tell us how things stand at the close of play. Hello, Martin.
Yes, a lovely sunny day here, so a good day to bat. Durham chose to bat after winning the toss, and after 4.1 overs was 7 for 2. Alex Lees, the skipper, caught at third slip off the bowling of Matt Milnes for 3 by Finlay Bean. That was a delivery after Milnes had bowled one which cut right back in and went over the stumps, so Lees perhaps in two minds after such a scare, then clipped one to Bean low into the third slip area, and then not long after that, it was just 2 or 3 balls later, Gay did the same thing from the other end. Jack White, the bowler, and Finlay Bean took that catch as well. So Durham 7 for 2. Ben McKinney then made a quick fire 29 before he departed, and they were 51 for 3 before David Beddingham and Will Rhodes staged a bit of a rescue act. They put on 101 for the 4th wicket. Rhodes had got to 50 when he pulled a ball from Don Bess and was caught by James Wharton at short mid-wicket. But Beddingham was very tenacious today, batted all through the day right up into the afternoon, and then on beyond tea and into the evening session, and it looked like he was going to get them well into the bonus point territory. He got them up to 245, 5 runs from a bonus point. When the new ball was introduced, Jack White bowled it. He tried to pull him through the leg side. He got a thick edge off the corner of the bat. It spooled up into the air, shot over the slip cordon, kept going towards the boundary. George Hill at first slip raced after it, threw himself in at the ball and took a cracking catch to dismiss Beddingham on 93. So Durham 5 away from a batting point then, having already known that Hampshire had picked up 3 bowling points for bowling out a rather weakened Surrey side pretty cheaply this morning down in Hampshire. But then an excellent partnership from there. 77 more runs added by the close of the play. 4 good sixes from Ben Rain. He'll resume tomorrow on 87. Matty Potts has 23, and they've put on 77 to take Durham to 322.47. So not a bad day at the end of things. They've got a couple of batting points as well, and anything that can eke out from here in terms of more bonus points will be just that, a bonus.
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. So yes, still very much in the balance what's going to happen. Obviously other results as well are very important in terms of who gets relegated ultimately from Division 1 of the County Championship. There'll be commentary tomorrow from 10:30 with Martin via the BBC Sport website and app, and we will of course update you on Total Sport tomorrow evening as well. So to Sunderland, and Marco, having gone absent without leave, is back with us, which is good to hear. You're just avoiding the trivia question, weren't you?
Just freshening up. Razor was waffling on, so I was just took a
You could have
break.
done that before the show. Did you know? Did you hear the question that I asked?
No.
Who's the captain of Bradford?
Oh, well, I heard. I only missed this. Yeah, you were talking about Max Power.
Yeah, okay. Just checking that you were paying attention, that's all.
Of course I was. I was only gone a few seconds.
Yeah, all right. Oh, right, okay. Just unlucky that I went to that those very few seconds.
Yeah, I heard what Nick said. Yeah, I heard Nick.
Such as like, yeah.
Going right through it, yeah. Just didn't want to interrupt.
Anyway.
He was in full flow.
Anyway, I've got a double booking story for you. Got a double booking story for you, Bridie, because it involves Bradford City, and you'll remember this well. Because a few years, I think it was 2014, wasn't it? I actually inadvertently saw on the calendar that it was what I thought was a free weekend, so booked a holiday to go away, and it turned out it wasn't a free weekend at all. It was the next round of the FA Cup, which was at Bradford City, and of course you covered the game. It was Gus Poyet in charge. It didn't go well. I picked a good weekend to book a holiday, as it turned out.
Yes, they lost. Yes, I kind of saw Gus Poyet off. I very vividly remember after that defeat asking him a few questions, and he was trying to put on a brave face, trying a bit too hard. I remember him just walking off with his hands in his pockets and whistling. But when someone's whistling cheerily or trying to make it sound cheery, and then I think he went and had a press conference when he said he wasn't going to speak to anyone again, and he was out of the job within a week, I think, after that week or so. So yes, I do. I remember that well, Buzz. It was a good one to miss. You're right.
Yeah. 2-0, I think, wasn't it? And the pitch was awful.
I think it was 2-0, yes. Yeah, and John Stead missed a glorious chance from about a yard as well. That's my other memory of that game. 5 was because John Stead was playing for Bradford at the time, wasn't he? Yeah. But I think he scored as well. Did he score as well in the game? Anyway,
he
who
may
cares?
well have done that,
yes. So we're going to hear a bit more from Trey Hume tonight, aren't we?
Yes. 5 matches then into his first season in the Premier League. I wonder how he's found it.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit different, probably a lot quicker than obviously the Championship, but I'm trying my best to bed my way in and obviously try and impress, and I think I've done alright so far, so hopefully I can keep going.
I think the fact you're still in the team shows you've done alright so far. I mean, Regis has said in the last week or two that the back four, he's trusted you because you've done the job for him.
Yeah, like I said, even if it's the whole team or the back four and Robin, we stick together and we work as a unit, and I think that showed over the 5 games. We've been really defensively solid, and that goes throughout the whole team from the front all the way to the back. So it's nice to have that faith, but we need to keep sticking together.
Marco, you'll recall plenty of conversations throughout the course of last season when we were kind of casting our minds forward and saying, look, if Sunderland got promoted, which of the current players would be good enough for the Premier League? And I think Trey Hume was one that quite a few people did mention, but not everybody unanimously agreed that he would. But I think he's probably showing that he's more than capable, isn't he, of playing at the top level?
Yeah, look, it's a test in the Premier League. We see some incredible athletes, as well as very good footballers, and very powerful players are sort of more de rigueur nowadays, and I think Trey doesn't really fall into that category. He probably more falls into the sort of Andy Robertson category at Liverpool. He's a lean, wiry defender, but who's loves a tackle and likes to get forward and involved in play. and a bit of a all rounder really. He's pretty dependable in most areas. So. And look, he's backed it up with a really good run of performances over, quite a long period for Sunderland, and improved his status as an international player as well, which is, I think also another important factor for Premier League clubs, that the Premier League is mainly occupied by players who are internationals nowadays, and it's difficult for players who are internationals to break into it sometimes, I think. So look, I think he's in a really good position, but he's had to, he knows that he's under pressure and under that sort of competitive nature that you have to have in a squad to be successful as a club in the Premier League. He's right in the maelstrom of that, and I think he's holding it down pretty well at the moment.
And Barnsley, we've been talking here about Newcastle not really scoring goals, but they have at least got a foundation of not conceding either, and that's similar at Sunderland. Regis Labrise is obviously sort of building from the back, isn't he? And Hume's a big part of that.
Yeah, I think it's very much their sort of approach, that their policy is to make sure they've got an absolutely solid foundation this season to build from the back. The clean sheets against West Ham, of course, and Crystal Palace, and Trey Hume accepts it's the foundation for any of their success this season.
I think we know that, because obviously we're not going to go up against most teams and have the ball most of the time, so we need to be defensively solid, and like I said, that starts from the front with the striker and goes out through the whole team, and we have done that fantastically throughout the first 5 games, so we need to keep that going.
And he certainly seems to be relishing the opportunity that he's got to play in the Premier League, doesn't he? Seems to be one of these players that he's risen quite quickly, hasn't he, Barnsley? But he's loving life as a footballer at the moment.
Well, he is. He's also Northern Ireland captain, in recent games.
Yeah.
So he's, on the international front, he's doing well as well. So I assumed that he's enjoying life in the Premier League.
Not really. No, I'll probably enjoy it at the start of the game before the final whistles, or the start of the game's blown and we're ready to go. So probably walking out, I'll probably enjoy that bit the most, and then whenever the whistle goes, it's time to focus. Well,
that's interesting, isn't it? He doesn't really enjoy it. He doesn't. I mean, I don't know. Is it the wrong words to use, Marco? I would enjoy it if I was playing in the Premier League, but.
I think life is good if you're a professional footballer in the Premier League. On top of everything else, financially, he should be much better off than he's been in the last few years, and security for his family. So all that stuff comes along, which is great. Which is one of the biggest pressures for any sports person. You think about Olympians and things, how often you hear of Olympians sort of retiring or giving up because they can't get the funding and things like that. Similar for football, you need that security. You need to get to a point in your career where if your career ended, as it can happen so quickly, you're secure. So there's that part of it, but there is a lot of pressure. There is pressure, and there is friction, and it can be. We've had a week this week where we've talked about him, and if he'd have listened to it, he'd probably be fuming at the other end of the radio. So all that stuff comes together, and sometimes players can find it difficult. I for one used to try and play the game with a smile on my face, but sometimes you came up against opposition who didn't play the game like that and were nasty and physical, and you had to sort of change your mindset to encompass that and come up against it. So there's lots of different aspects to football, but you get through 90 minutes, and if he had got sent off on Sunday for that challenge, he would have been so really disappointed, and it would have really put him back for a few weeks because he wouldn't be playing regularly. Because
the only plus from that would have been he would have avoided the interview with Barnsley, wouldn't he, if he'd been sent off?
Well, maybe. Well, I don't know. He might have had to start his face up. I don't know, but look, it's the life of a sportsman is very up and down. I think that we do glamorise it. I think in general people think that people say to me, "Oh, you were really lucky to have a good, play that well, play here, play there, play that many games." It isn't luck. It's hard work, and you put your family through a lot as well.
We'll hear a little bit more from Trey Hume in just a tick, but we do have team news from St James's Park, slightly earlier than we expected. So the Newcastle team to play against Bradford, Ando has in front of him. At first glance, Ando, you were pretty close, I think. Can you go through the confirmed team for us?
Yeah, I think
it's 6 changes, I think, from Bournemouth. Ramsdale plays in goal. Kraft, Chow, Botman and Hall at the back 4. Guimaraes, Miley and Joe Linton. Murphy, Asula, Alanga.
Okay, so there's no Gordon there.
No.
That's interesting. So you were quite close there.
10 I got.
Who'll play on the will Alanga play on the left then?
Yeah,
Murphy on the right.
Yeah, I would think
likely?
so. I think Alanga will play on the left. Yeah.
Okay.
I think Murphy will stay on that right side. Alanga will be on the left. The substitutes, by the way, are Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, Tonali, Barnes, Livramento, Voltemada, Willock and Alex Murphy.
So some heavy ammunition included on the bench there. Oh, Gordon is playing. I'm told in my ear. So you've written the wrong team down there.
Ramsdale, Hall, Botman, Joe Linton, Gordon, Chow.
He's going through it again now. Have you only written 9 players down there? Yeah. We'll work all that out. I can see that Gordon's on the team sheet that you've got in front of you. I see for some reason you've not written him down on your piece of paper in front of you, and you've put somebody else in. Who have you dropped, or who have you put in? Anyway, you can have a look at that. We'll go back to Trey Hume, and we'll confirm that Jacob Murphy you've put in.
I put Murphy in instead of.
So Alanga will be on the left. What were you thinking, Ando? If that was Steve Howard, we'd be crucifying him.
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah.
Right, so
Gordon's on the left. Gordon's on the left.
And Murphy's not in the squad, so but the other Murphy is, but not Jacob. There we go. Right, we've got it all sorted. Are you still there, Marco? And Barnsley? Sorry about that. Yes. Well, we're just taking our time.
There we go.
Get that sorted out, won't we? Right then. And what else are we going to hear from Trey Hume about, Barnsley?
Well, quite interesting going back to what Marco was saying about pressure of being in the team at the minute, and I think it's probably applicable to Trey Hume because he's very, very aware that players like Mukiele has come in, Trauder, Alderweireld, a lot of them can play right back, so there's pressure for his position at the moment as well. And I did wonder how he regards the new players coming in, because there's been much debate as well about the players who got Sunderland promoted having, by and large, not been involved yet this season.
Yeah, I think the players that come in have, set a standard in training that, us as players that played last year have to reach, and, if they want to stay in the team or get in the team, you're going to have to reach them levels and, impress. So, there will be chances throughout the season. Obviously, a lot of the boys that come up haven't been playing at the start, but, it's a long season. There will be chances for them to come in and play, and, like I said, the new boys that have come in and they've impressed.
Yeah, they have on the whole, haven't they? The next opponents at the weekend, Nottingham Forest, Barnsley. They, of course, are in European competition this season, aren't they?
They start their Europa League campaign tonight, and hopefully for Sunderland it's a good sign that they're away in Spain. They're at Real Betis in Seville tonight, and we can hope and we can pray there's maybe a bit of a hangover from European travel for them at the weekend, because they're playing, of course, at 5:30 on Saturday. But that's their Europa League campaign starting tonight.
And we can hear a little bit from Mel Ray. I mentioned the Women's League Cup, and Sunderland are in action at Liverpool, aren't they, tonight?
Yeah, away in St Helens at Liverpool, the group stage of the League Cup. Head coach Mel Ray will be ringing the changes.
Yeah, I think that's important. The squad will be rotated. It's a busy week for us. We have to make sure that we're competitive in all games we play, so therefore there will be changes, yes.
Bottom line though, they are a Super League team. Even if they make changes, it's still a strong squad despite their start to the season.
Yeah, we spoke about that. I think it's happened every year. We've always ended up with a WSL 1 team in the cup competition. Previous meetings we've played Liverpool previously. We've had Aston Villa, and it's a good chance to go toe to toe with some of the best players in the Super League, and if we have got aspirations of getting out of the Championship into the Super League, then it's a great way to pitch the players against the top players.
And kick-off is at 7 this evening. Rhiannon Roberts isn't playing tonight, but she's going to lead the team out to lay a wreath on the centre spot in memory of Matt Beard. There'll be a minute's silence, and the players are also going to be wearing black armbands in memory of Matt.
OK, Barnsley, thank you very much indeed. More Sunderland news on the programme tomorrow evening. Barnsley will be speaking to Regis Lebris ahead of that game coming up against Forest at the weekend. And if you'd like to have your say and have a chat to Marco this evening on Sunderland, or talk to Ando about Newcastle and tonight's live match on BBC Radio Newcastle between the Magpies and Bradford City, keep Ando right on the team if you like, give us a call on 0800 234 6565 and keep the messages coming in as well. Do some more of those shortly too. It's just coming up to 20 to 7 now.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And I think, Ando, it would be a good idea just to go through the team again, just so people are clear as to what it is.
Ramsdale and goal, Kraft, Chow, Botman, Hall, Guimaraes, Miley, Joe Linton, Alanga, Asula and Anthony Gordon.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So it's a strong enough team,
it is,
you would think, to dispatch Bradford. I haven't seen the Bradford team yet, and I would imagine they'll play a pretty strong side. Let's have a chat to Scott, who is on the line now and is a Newcastle fan. Hello, Scott, how are you doing?
Good evening, Friday. How are you doing, mate?
Very well, thank you. What are you expecting from tonight then, now that you know the team?
Interesting lineup, yes, as well. Rotation. Bradford have brought a full house. It'll be a good match. Probably KG, I'd imagine, we will edge it though. I think our defence will be too strong. I think we'll be too strong for two halves against them. But interesting to see Ramsdale in goal and see what he's like for a full 90 minutes. I think that'll be a good shout.
Yeah, look, there was always going to be rotation again today. I thought Chow and Botman did well at Bournemouth at the weekend. Kraft needs game time, and Hall needs. It was good to see him back at the weekend at Bournemouth, but I still think he needs more game time. And midfield looks strong. Okay, Tonali's missing, but you've still got your two big hitters in there in Guimaraes and Joe Linton. And you look at that forward line
as well. Good chance for Sula, isn't it? Yeah, great chance for him.
You look at that forward line, and there's just so much pace in it. Asula runs around, he chases. Alanga's just exceptionally quick. He's unbelievably quick. And Gordon's no slouch either. Gordon puts a lot of pressure on defenders and a lot of pressure on goalkeepers. So it'll be interesting to see how Bradford handled those three boys. But it's a strong side. Doesn't matter which way you look at it. It's a strong 11.
Are you there now, John?
Yes.
I'm down the road in the public house, or I'm frequenting a public house at the moment, but I have actually got a ticket in the Platinum Club, so I'm probably going to come up and say hello to you in a couple of minutes. But I'm going to get a wriggle on, to be honest. So I'm sorry for the background noise. It's actually louder than John's background noise.
I love the fact you asked him if he was here. I mean, he's been late in the past, but not this late. No, he's here.
Oh, you right next to him, Friday. I didn't know.
I'm sat here too. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we're here. We always.
We can't be going to public houses.
No, we could do the show live from a public house.
We've done that before now.
I'm here just doing sampling. I'm just here doing sampling like that. The atmosphere.
You're just been sampling stuff, are you? Have you been taste sampling? Have you?
In the time that I've been away from you guys, unfortunately, there's more samples have been brought to our table though. So I'm going to have to do it.
All right, well, we'll let you go in a second. Just one more question for you, Scott. Is it important to fans, you think, that the team puts on a bit of a show tonight, because fans want to be entertained, and they haven't really been this season so far, have they?
Well, we're just having a conversation before. Is how deflated is he not? He seems a little bit dejected, sort of thing. I think some of this stuff that's gone on to summer has been a bit off-putting for him, and I think only now, we've had difficult games, you know what I mean, and these difficult draws and the criticism. So yeah, it should be a good chance to lift the roof tonight, but cup games are often a bit flat, the atmosphere. So I'm going to make a hell of a lot of noise. Not when I come to see you guys, but I'm going to make a hell of a lot of noise the rest of the time.
Okay, nice. Well, Scott, enjoy the rest of your refreshment and enjoy the match later, and thanks very much indeed for coming on the show this evening. That's Scott. And the number to call is 0800 234 65 046465 if you do want to come on this evening. Remember, we will be on until 10 o'clock tonight as well, reacting after the game. If it is level at the end of 90 minutes plus any injury time, it'll go straight to penalties. There's no extra time these days in the early stages of the EFL Cup. Let me do a couple of your messages. Brian says Bradford is a potential banana skin under. They are top of the league, they're on a great run, and they're bringing 5,000 fans as well, so this is their cup final. So Brian says he's worried that Newcastle could come unstuck. Everyone has to be up for it, no ifs or buts.
Yeah, look, I think the one thing Eddie Howe, since he's been here, all the time he's been here, he's never let complacency creep in. I don't think he would allow that tonight either. And I think it's a big night for certain players, Chow and Botman, Kraft. Opportunity for them to show the manager what they're about. Look, he knows, but they've got to go and they've got to do it. But I just think it's a strong side, Pridey. We thought there'd be changes. There is changes, but you look at it, and it's still a strong side.
And this one is from Gaz in Gateshead, who says that daft DJ before. That was Matt from the Breakfast Show. That's who he means there. I like the way that he has described him as that daft DJ without even referencing him by name. Anyway, talking about how he's booked a trip to Santa's Grotto on the same day of the derby. Needn't worry because it's likely to be moved to the following day for telly anyway, says Gaz.
Possibility.
Which is possible. It might not be though, Gaz. But I was always going to read that out because you called Matt Bailey that daft DJ. So thank you for getting in touch.
It could be the 12:30 on a Saturday.
Well, yeah, we've been speculating a bit about this. It's likely to be early, isn't it?
It will be. Whichever day it is, it'll be early.
It's not going to be a 4:30 or a
no.
5:30 one on a Saturday, is it? And they do.
And it definitely won't be 8 o'clock on a Saturday night.
I definitely won't imagine. Just imagine. It won't go to a Monday night either at 8 o'clock. So it's probably going to be midday. It could be the early one on a Saturday, or it could be they might make an early slot on a Sunday because that's been done in the past.
Yeah.
But time will tell. There'll be discussions. I think the Sky TV and Northumbria Police will be the two main parties, Marco, in those discussions.
For that weekend,
Keep that weekend free, basically. Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. It's for the best, isn't it? Thanks to everybody who has got in touch this evening. It is Newcastle United against Bradford City in the EFL Cup tonight, 7:45 kickoff. Let's have a chat to Bob, who is a Sunderland supporter and who's on the line now. Rob, sorry, not Bob, but Rob. I misheard the consonant, Rob. Good evening.
It's all right, son. Bob's my work name, to be quite honest, so yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Nice to be on again. Yeah, just basically last weekend, it was nice. It was a really, really good, solid performance, and it's shown that we are beginning to look like a team.
Yeah, I think you could say that about all the performances so far, except maybe the cup one. But I think there's been a lot of progress made very quickly. We've got up to speed, which is it's a huge task really, and I think there was a lot of with what's happened to the promoted teams in recent years. I think that was a big issue. But they've got past that first hurdle, haven't they? And we look forward to the next little group of games.
Yeah. My only regret was if we kept 11 players on the field, we would have won that game. I am certain of that. Because I know there's always a fallacy in football. They've tried to play against 10 men and 11, and I thought we really adapted ourselves very, very well. But had we kept 11 on the field, then basically I think we would have won that. Now I'm really pleased, Marco, with the progress we're making at the moment.
Yeah, and there's going to be setbacks, Rob, with VAR and sendings off and defending for your life as they've done. They've been very committed in the way that defend. So there is going to be these setbacks, and we coped with it very well. But I think you could tell. It was interesting listening to Unai Emery's interviews after the game and little sound bites that came out after the match. He was really disappointed in his team's performance, I think, and I think that's you're absolutely spot on. I think if we had had the 11 men, we should have, it would have been a big opportunity to finish them off because they're low on confidence. I thought, the way they defended for Isidore's goal was shocking, really. You know, I think it was a number 4, I can't remember who it was, but he had contact with Isidore, and Isidore did what strikers do best. He just pulled away a yard off his defender, got out of his line of sight, and then clever header, and he's straight in behind them, and it was really poor defending from them.
There was one moment of synchronicity, which this is actually on Sunday evening. I did. I was on social media on one of the BBC websites, and there was talk about this tackle by Hume on Rodgers, you know, and I said, "Oh, don't worry, he was just humed." And then, of course, I'm listening to the montage because I haven't heard the commentary, obviously, I'm in the ground. And I was listening to montage on Monday on the way back from the office, and of course, Benno and Nick said being humed, you know, that was a lovely bit of synchronicity, you know.
Yes.
But it was just a damn good tackle, that's what it was, and I don't know what he's getting himself upset about.
Well, I thought
we have talked about this a lot.
I thought it was pretty lucky not to go to, for a check. But one of them situations. Okay, we got away with one, and maybe it will be in a few weeks' time we won't get away with one.
Exactly.
So take it for what it is. We got through the afternoon and come out with a point, and I think it just gives us confidence to go to. It's hard to know what to make of two games. Forest and Man United, two teams who've Forest were pretty decent last year. They've started off poorly this year, and Man United are a basket case, aren't they?
They are at the moment. You don't know which Man United's going to turn up. We'll either go there and win well, or we'll get beat heavily. And Nottingham Forest, the game I'm looking forward to. And also, of course, there are options. I was just reading something, this evening about the options that Regis might have for the weekend. There's about several different options to replace Ronaldo, and the same goes with DR. I'm sad that he's going to be out of December, but in a perverse way, I wonder if this will affect him going to AFCON, so we might still see the best of him around about Christmas in early January, but time will no doubt tell. But there's certainly lots of possibilities to play in Ronaldo's place on Saturday.
Indeed, yeah. So he's going to have to
big relief for the manager to have that. Yeah.
But he's got that size of squad now, Rob. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure, Marco, it's something that we will.
Okay, speak to you later, and all the best.
I'm sure it's something that we will.
Cheers, Rob.
Debate as we approach the weekend. Who's going to play in that position? But there is one obvious choice, really, Marco, isn't there?
Yeah, Arthur Masuaki probably play there. I would think.
I think so.
Did they say Sirkin was back training last week? Was it Sirkin and Ballard were back? I can't remember if they said Sirkin.
I don't think Sirkin is.
To Nick, but
why you say that?
Yeah.
But no, I think I would think even if he was fit again, I think it would be unlikely to be him. But I guess you never know. But yeah, it's something that I'm sure that we will discuss further as the week progresses. Let's focus again on tonight's game here at St James's Park. Newcastle up against Bradford City, and we always like to bring you in a bit of a lowdown on the opposition ahead of matches. And I'm delighted to say we've got Louis Reynolds, who's going to be commentating for BBC Radio Leeds this evening with us. Hello, Louis. How are you doing?
Hi, Simon. Yeah, great to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us this evening. I think probably memories of the 2013 run to the final are still fresh in many Bradford City fans' minds, aren't they? I mean, you never know. They're probably thinking we could do that again.
Well, I think every time they're in this competition, it naturally invokes those memories, doesn't it? I mean, that was a tremendous run for a League Two side to get to the final. Ultimately, ended in defeat at Swansea, but some of the memories they're in Bradford City folklore. The semi-final leg at Aston Villa, albeit they lost on the night, but they made it through. They beat Arsenal in the quarter-finals.
I remember watching that one
at Valley Parade. Tremendous. We occasionally have Gary Jones, who captained that side, on co-commentary, and he is God to some Bradford City fans for what he did. And it was coupled with a victory in the League Two playoff final. But whenever they're in this competition, whenever they come to grounds like this, it certainly invokes memory and a bit of belief when they come to grounds like this.
And people old enough, like myself and Ando, can remember Bradford City in the Premier League and those years there when they had some great players in the team as well. Been some tough times since then, but it's looking now, if the league form and the league table is anything to go by, that they're starting to turn things around properly. There's a danger they could be back in the top two divisions again for the first time in a while.
If manager Graham Alexander heard you say that, Simon, he wouldn't be happy with you. He is very much keep your feet on the ground. But you're right, 6 seasons in League Two, should I say. look, they tailed off a bit towards the end of last season. They had to win on the final day. They did it in the most dramatic fashion. 96th minute. It's what footballing dreams are made of, isn't it? And they've taken League One by storm. Top of the table, as you say, after 9 games, 6 wins, a cracking win down at Cardiff, who hadn't lost yet before Bradford came to town. And I think Bradford City fans, after the time in the basement division, they're just enjoying the ride, and this kind of game and occasion this evening is the cherry on top of the cake at the moment.
Yeah, look, I mean it's probably, I know they were in that final against Swansea, but this is probably like a cup final for them as well coming here. You know, they'll have the backing of nearly 5,000 supporters as well. Full house here tonight. It's basically just go and enjoy it, isn't it? Go and give it what you've got.
I think that's the main thing. I mean, Graham Alexander has said he still wants his players to be themselves, to adapt the same way and to play the same way that they have done, that have got them the results earlier in this competition at Stoke and Blackburn. But you're absolutely right. I mean, us in this job, we're used to going, and I mean this with the greatest of respects to your Newports, your Barrows, your Harrogates, which are all great grounds to visit, but that's been the case with Bradford City. So I asked Graham Alexander that yesterday, and I said ultimately all this hard work that's gone in behind the scenes, the fans have stuck with them through thick and thin during those League 2 years. Disappointment after disappointment. Mark Hughes coming down and all the optimism that brought, and that didn't work. This is a reward. You're absolutely right, and ultimately they have to go and enjoy it, and I think that's the feeling of the fans, as long as they don't disgrace themselves, which is always a worry, isn't it, especially seeing Newcastle's team this evening. But absolutely go and enjoy it, because these days don't come around a lot for Bradford.
What sort of football will his team play then? What can we expect tonight from Bradford?
High press, front-footed,
even in a game like this, away from home against the Premier League team.
Hey Simon, if it's anything what Graham Alexander has said, he wants them to play exactly how they did away at Stoke at Cardiff. People use the phrase catching teams by surprise. I know it's a different kettle of fish coming to Newcastle United, but I can't see him deviating away from it. He's not the kind of manager, regardless of opposition, that would.
But they've got nothing to lose, have
they?
You know, it's no good coming here and sitting back and then getting beaten 1-0 or whatnot, and then going, well, actually, maybe we should have had a little bit more of a goal. They've got to come and they've got to try and win the game.
Well, they went to Stoke, and again, I know it's a different kettle of fish this evening. Stoke were top of the Championship when they went there. They were 2-0 up within the first 30 minutes. That shows what this Bradford team is about, and that they don't really deviate. They're just themselves. It doesn't matter whether it's Newcastle United or Cardiff City at the weekend.
I wanted to ask you about Andy Cook, who's a big Newcastle fan, isn't he? But he's had an awful injury, hasn't he? So he's just coming back from that. Is he somebody? I haven't even seen the team sheet tonight from Bradford point of view. We've just been looking at Newcastle. I don't know if he's involved, is he? But
he is on the bench.
He's on the bench. So he'd be relishing an opportunity tonight, wouldn't he?
I spoke to him after his comeback against Grimsby. He scored 2 goals. He'd been out for 244 days. You're right. It was an ACL injury on New Year's Day, and I asked him about this game here this evening, and his face lit up. He is, over the years when we've got to know Andy, he has not hidden from the fact that his allegiances lie with Newcastle United. I think he bleeds black and white. So I think every Bradford City fan may deviate away and throw my opinion in here. I think we're all hoping to see Andy Cook step out on the stage this evening.
And we were talking earlier about Max Power as well, because Sunderland fans remember him well.
Yes.
How much of an impact has he made? Because he's been to some different places since leaving Sunderland. I think he went to Wigan, then he went to Saudi Arabia, then to Denmark, and now he's ended up at Bradford. How's he getting on?
Just dictates that midfield.
Really?
He's calm, he brings that experience and the tempo, along with Anthony Sarcevic, who's another very experienced player on the bench this evening. Just keeps it ticking over. Calm heads in the middle and just dictates the tempo. And it's credit to Graham Alexander and the recruitment team. They're the kind of players they've recruited coming up into League One, experience under the belt, and it's paying dividends so far.
Well, thank you very much, Louis, for speaking to us this evening. Enjoy the game.
Thanks, guys.
And you have to go off to your commentary duties now, I know, so we do appreciate your time this evening. That's Louis Reynolds from our colleagues at BBC Radio Leeds, who are obviously covering this match tonight in a big way, as well as are we here on BBC Radio Newcastle. There's a big clock at the top of the stand at the Leazes end with a countdown clock to kick off. 47 minutes and 10 seconds to go, and you won't miss a kick here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Tom in Sunderland's been on, Ando.
Yeah.
Fed up hearing about Newcastle winning the Mickey Mouse Cup. Please remind me, Ando, who are the top dogs at the moment, says Tom in Sunderland. Tom wants reminded.
Liverpool.
I think he means in the region, I suspect.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
after what, 5 games?
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah. Enjoy it.
The league table's the league table.
Enjoy it. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, you didn't even say while it lasts, but that's what you meant.
I just said enjoy it, yeah.
Isn't it? Okay. Will we see, says Kevin, a big performance from William Asula tonight? I mean...
yeah, it's...
he scored this season already. He
splits people, I think.
Yeah.
His opportunities have been limited. He came on again at Bournemouth at the weekend. Ran around, chased. Didn't see a great deal of the ball, but tonight's an opportunity for him yet again.
Yes, and there's obviously a player there, and he was persisting with him to give him these games. Doesn't seem to really trust him in the Premier League, but he needs to take one of these opportunities and really show what he can do, doesn't he?
When he gets them, he needs a big performance. Look, and that's easier said than done. It's very, very difficult when you're playing the odd game in 8 or 9 or whatever. You know, he's not getting a sustained run of games. Sometimes that's what you need. You know, you need a run of 5, 6, 7, 8 games to really bed yourself in.
Keep the messages coming in. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text, and you've still got a chance to give us a call and come on air. 0800 234 6565.
From the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 with your BBC News. Good evening. I'm Anna Murray. The BBC understands that a planned announcement by the Prime Minister at Labour's conference about the expansion of high-speed rail in northern England has been shelved. Long-term costs are believed to have delayed work on a line between Liverpool and Manchester. Downing Street has been approached for comment. Our economics editor Faisal Islam said it wasn't the first time such an announcement had been pushed back.
Some sort of formal announcement was widely expected actually at the Labour Party conference in Liverpool. Obviously this is a line, the main part of it is Liverpool to Manchester. That isn't the first time that some expectations have been dashed as to an announcement. So question marks about the government's commitment to big infrastructure investments. I think that they would argue they're trying to learn the lessons of HS2 and some of the money lost there.
Doctors in London say they've successfully treated Huntington's disease for the first time. 7,000 people in the UK have inherited the debilitating condition from a parent. A team at University College London found that a new experimental gene therapy slowed progression enough to give many more years of healthy life. Professor Edward Wild from the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery led the UK arm of the trial. He said the results were breathtaking and unprecedented.
I've been doing Huntington's disease research and looking after patients with HT for 20 years. And, you know, we've been in the world of incremental progress, but each individual trial has ended in disappointment and a negative result. And this gene therapy news is really the first time in the history of Huntington's disease that we have convincingly slowed the progression of Huntington's disease.
London's Mayor Sir Sadiq Khan has said Donald Trump has shown he's a racist, sexist, misogynist and Islamophobic after the president made comments about him to the United Nations. Speaking to the UN General Assembly in New York yesterday, Mr Trump said London had a terrible, terrible mayor. However, Sir Sadiq refuted the claims and said he was proud of his city.
I'm just thankful that we have record numbers of Americans coming to London. We're often the number one city when it comes to culture, when it comes to foreign investment, sports, when it comes to the ability for people to fulfil their potential.
And Nottingham Forest's first game in Europe in a generation gets underway in around an hour's time. The Reds' first Europa League game will be against Real Betis in Spain. Fans have been travelling to Seville ahead of the match, but some experienced disruption this morning after a small fire at Stansted. Children at the Nottingham Primary Academy had this message for the team. No idea what they're saying, but let's wish them luck. Much more online. It's coming up to 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
We are at St James's Park this evening. It's an EFL Cup night. Newcastle United are at home to Bradford City. We've just been hearing all about Bradford and what they might offer this evening. Let's just get a reminder of the Newcastle team news this evening. Here's Razor.
Yes, 7 changes for Eddie Howe, a bit like on Sunday at Bournemouth when he made 7. Tonight, there's debut for Aaron Ramsdale in goal. It's Kraft, Chow, Botman and Hall at the back. Bruno, Miley, Joelinton in midfield. The front three, Elanga, Gordon and Osula. And here's the Newcastle bench. Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, Tonali, Barnes, Livramento, Voltemada, Willock, Alex Murphy, no Jacob Murphy or Dan Burn tonight.
Thank you, although Jacob Murphy was in Ando's team, but we'll gloss over that. The team that he announced earlier for some reason. Wasn't he, Ando?
He was.
Yes, but he's now been left.
He would have been at my team.
0800 234 6565. Any thoughts on that team and how the game might go tonight against Graham Alexander's Bradford City side, a side captained by the former Sunderland midfielder Max Power. We'll be talking Sunderland again tonight as well, looking ahead to that game against Nottingham Forest at the weekend. So if you want to have a chat with Marco, we would love to hear from you. The Bradford players just jogging out of the tunnel now and applauding those fans who have already made their way inside the ground. We are very much focusing on tonight's game here, but we'll also round up everything else which has been going on. We'll keep you up to date with what's been happening at the cricket as well, around all that up at half time, and some reaction to after Gateshead's defeat in a derby against Hartlepool in the National League last night. We'll do that at half time as well. That is all to come, but you can have your say now by either calling us or sending us a message. Let me give you the numbers that you can use to message us at any time throughout the course of the evening. WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Start your message BBC as you must do if you text us on 81333.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
I suspect I might get a different number out of 10 here when I ask you both this question, but how excited out of 10 are you both for the Ryder Cup, which starts
I'm looking
Friday?
forward to it.
How much out of 10, Ando?
11.
11 out of 10. What about you, Marco?
Oh, I'd say about 4.
Oh, that's not bad for golf for you, I would say. But
I'll be interested. I will, but I won't be sat watching it for hour upon hour of. It's exciting. I do quite like that format because a little bit more focused and head to head. A little bit more like
a bit more edge to it, isn't there?
Yeah, like tennis. I love tennis because of that head-to-head battle every game. And I think this sort of replicates that a little bit.
Yes, and I know that
I've got respect for them as sportsmen, but it's not my cup of tea.
I know that you are excited as you would be about Newcastle versus Arsenal on Sunday. However, I think you're probably wishing that the scheduling had been a bit different.
I wish I'd have been 2 o'clock.
And then you could have.
I wish I'd have been 12 o'clock actually.
Yes,
but look, I just think the Ryder Cup, I think it's going to be. You don't expect golf to be feisty, but I think out there this time
it might be out there.
Yeah, it might get a little.
We'll preview it on the show tomorrow night. I should also mention that Charlotte Norton as well, who's based at Longhurst Hall near Morpeth, she's playing, having just won the World Junior Girls Championship and performance of the weekend on Monday night as well. As a result of that, she's playing in the Junior Ryder Cup, which is a mixed competition, and be doing very well in that as well. So we'll catch up on her exploits on the show tomorrow as well. Now on the line though is Lawrence, who's a Sunderland fan. Hello Lawrence, how are you doing?
Hi Mark. I know that tackle by Tree, it was fine, man. Nothing to worry about. I don't know what I mean.
Okay.
Lawrence, I don't know, but
as a unanimous verdict.
He did very well when he came on with Dan Ballard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he's had a good start to the season. Sorry, who was that? Was that you, Simon? I didn't hear what you said there.
I'm going to say something now which may seem a bit strange, but you know who we missed in the first half a bit? Luke O'Neill. And you know why? Just because for short goal kicks, because every goal kick he hit was coming straight back. He's just playing short and build them up again. And we didn't do any short goal kicks.
Yeah, we've not. Well, look, there is a bit of a. They do a bit of everything. They try. It's not always. You can't say we're predictable or like some of the teams last season. Southampton just rolled everything. The goalkeeper wasn't allowed to kick it, and it gets you into trouble at times. But look, that was one thing that Dan did very well. He received the ball in tight areas and helped us build up from the back. But there is also sometimes the opposition can put the press on and make it difficult. But look, it was nice to see Dan get some minutes, and hopefully he will get some more. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he will. I think they are. We've got a good squad. I mean, I don't know what the team will be on Saturday, but it'll be everybody will give 100%. So not worried about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the manager could make changes. If he made 3 or 4 changes at the weekend, obviously he's going to have to make some because of the sending off. But it won't surprise you, because there are options for him. Up front especially, he's got a number of wide players. He's got a number of players who can play that number 10 role. So there are, and the strikers. Obviously Wilson Isidore has done really well, obviously, but Mayendra has worked hard. We all want to see a bit more of Brian Broby. So. Yeah, I think he's got the option of maybe making a few changes, telling players that they might not start, but if they're going to come off the bench, they're going to get a good half an hour, 40 minutes, and see what they can do. So, nice position to be in.
Oh, very much so. As I've said it before, home games don't lose our away games. And as I say, if we come away with a point on Saturday or even more, I'd be very happy.
Yeah, definitely. So you're more than pleased with how it started over these first 5 games.
Oh, excellent. I mean, there's a lad who next out to me, he's a Newcastle supporter, and he said to me the other day, he's set to see it being a top half finish. I said, get away, man. We'll just be happy. We'll see what happens, but we're playing well. Yeah.
Well, that middle. We've seen it a lot over the years, and even the years, when we did finish, we had a few years where we finished sort of 10th and 12th, and sometimes it's only a win or a draw can make the difference between sort of 15th and 8th and 9th. It can be very tight, that middle section in the Premier League.
Oh, well, yeah, so of course, other teams aren't doing it, so as I said, we just keep on going.
Keep grinding it out. Yeah. Well, Lawrence. I think there's a lot of belief, isn't there, between fans and players and coaches.
I mean, Will Steele was nearly signed, sealed, delivered to us, wasn't he? Before, because I thought he's done nothing at Southampton.
Okay.
Well, I think he's coming to a. Yeah, sorry. I think Sunderland's a better run club at the moment, and that's certainly the case.
Very much so.
Yeah, big difference. Lawrence, thank you very much indeed for coming on this evening. Thanks for your call. Good to hear from you. I'm going to read this message out as well, which is from Mick from Shiremore, who is a Sunderland supporter, and then we'll focus on our live game tonight, Newcastle against Bradford City. We'll have a chat to Paddy, who's a Newcastle fan who's waiting to come on. But Mick in Shiremore says, hi lads, what a start to the season for SAFC. As Davey would say, let's get carried away. Rest in peace, Davey. He will be sadly missed, along with all the characters that have been on Total Sport over the years. I can't complain with our start, Marco. We would have all taken it at the start of the season. I was one who doubted these owners could take us forward, but they have put their money where their mouth is, and they've backed the manager, who has been first class all the way. There were still a few doubters after the bad run before the playoffs, but they have proved everyone wrong since that brilliant Wembley win. Great investment on and off the pitch, some excellent signings, and work around the ground is fantastic as well. Onwards and upwards for SAFC. Forest the next big test, as is every game at this level, but players like Xhaka, Siddiqui, Alderete, Isidore excuse me, and Mayendra, etc. quality, and have totally got what it's about at Sunderland, Marco.
Yeah, the players have come in and bought into it. I think you wonder how much of that has been influenced by the series, the TV series, etc. And obviously social media has put, when we were on that playoff final weekend, there was so much going on. You wonder if footballers around the world were buying into that, and certainly with the signing of Xhaka, that's helped other players come, I'm sure. But there was questions about the ownership, and because in the Championship, injecting your own money into a football club is difficult. And you know, but you know, at least we've got promoted, and there's the funds are there, but they've used them on the team. They haven't, you know, they aren't putting them.
Yes.
You know, putting them away for a rainy day. They've used them for the here and now, which is, you know, all that the fans wanted.
And Mick goes on to say, we are a different beast altogether now. And on Hume's tackle, it was fantastic. Got the ball, and good to see the ref take it for what it was, a full contact tackle, but fair in that he got the ball fast first and took the man second. Says Mick, how are the lads? Marco, because we're going to focus on tonight's match from now on, we will let you go. We will dismiss you for the evening. But you'll be back
have a lovely evening.
The show tomorrow. Yep. Good stuff.
Cheers, Marco.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
That's
we'll speak to you
Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker. Waiting on the line to have a chat to us is Newcastle fan Paddy. Evening, Paddy.
Hiya, Simon. Hiya, John. You all right? How are you doing?
Hey, Paddy. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah, good to speak to you. I haven't been on for a while. Just been busy. But I just want to I was pleasantly surprised tonight about the kind of team, you know, but I think on two folds it shows respect to the opposition, you know, because they're going to be well up for this tonight, you know, and they're flying in their league. So, but I'm really pleased that Eddie's put out like a really, really strong team as well, because we are the cup holders and we've got to set a benchmark, you know, we've got to kind of go out for it as well, but also at the same time it keeps the negativity on social media, which is horrendous at times, and it was horrendous on Sunday, you know, after the Bournemouth match, from some of these kind of, you know, so-called managers who just come up with like really wild opinions, you know, to pick teams and pick formats and don't necessarily kind of trust what Eddie's done in the past, you know, with the team. But I'm really pleased. Pleasantly surprised, like I say, you know, I'm surprised about how strong it is, but I trust Eddie in whatever he does, you know, that there's always a reason behind it, and I think it shows that determination for tonight, you know, and shows a bit of a commitment that we want to kind of go out and get the job done, which is going to be tough.
Yeah, look, it won't be easy, but I agree with you. Look, I think the squad this season looks an awful lot stronger. You know, people question the transfer window and had we done enough. I said at the time, I thought the players that we brought in most definitely have strengthened the squad. We've got a better depth to the squad, not just in numbers but in quality as well. And I think that got shown at the weekend. You know, I thought Chow played well. It was good to see Botman back. You know, it was really, really good to see Botman back. He's you just hope that you can keep him fit, because he's a quality centre back, and it was good to have Hall back as well. You know, all of us. There was always going to be rotation, Paddy, because it's something like 7 games in the space of 22 days. You know,
absolutely.
A couple of seasons ago, you know, we had that and we couldn't handle it because we didn't have the depth of squad to be able to handle it. You know, he made 7 changes at the weekend at Bournemouth, which is never an easy place to go. Now, yes, look, I'm not going to say it was a great game, because it wasn't. It was a poor game. There wasn't a great deal in it. Neither side did enough to win it, but you would have taken a point before a ball was kicked, and he's able to make 7 changes again tonight. And you look at that side, and do you think it's weakened from the weekend? You would say no. You know, it's most definitely on a par. Yeah, I mean the bench is
it's really good, you know, and I think I think some fans, you know, on social media would want them playing, you know, our first team for 500 games, you know, without any kind of rest. You know, I don't think they fully understand, and we know they don't fully understand what it actually takes in terms of the eliteness and keeping that consistency around the eliteness. But we've definitely got a squad. Nil Beach was brilliant on Sunday for me. Going there, I expected it to get beat because it's a ground that we haven't really kind of done well with. But we've come away with a point, with a clean sheet. Yes, there's things to kind of work on, you know, but we're still there. We're still in it. We've still got points on the board away from home, you know. So, and that's the way to look at it. Is you draw your ones away, you win your ones at home. In reality, that puts you in the kind of mix for the Champions League places again, you know. So, and that's where we want to be.
Can I ask you a question, Paddy? Are you concerned about the lack of goals?
In a way, yes, but I think it will come. But I think it's going to take longer than when Isaac first come in, because he was an out-and-out renowned goal scorer. But I think once we get Wissa back in, I think the dynamics of those kind of things might change. He's proven to do this in the Premier League, so I think Voldemort, he's a good player, but he's not an Isaac, and people need to get away from that. That was a transition around this. But yes, it's a worry. But we've got to kind of keep chipping in, like we have done from kind of other areas, like we have done for the last couple of years, So I'm not entirely worried and concerned about it, because we're not kind of getting beat, and the pressure ramps up even more if you are getting beat. But I think once Wissa comes in, I think the dynamic of the team probably will change. He'll probably find that there will be goals from other areas, because he'll do something different to what Waldemar does,
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Paddy.
Indeed, Paddy. Good to hear your views ahead of tonight's game. Excuse me. Both sets of players now on the pitch going through their pre-match warm-up routines. It's an autumnal feel. It's quite a pleasant evening, but there's that autumnal chill now in the air for these evening games. Obviously, the lights are on here at St James's Park. A cup tie under the lights. Thoroughly looking forward to it. Kick-off is in just over 25 minutes' time. So we've got time to have a chat to Tom, who's a Newcastle fan and is on the line now. Hello there, Tom. How are you doing?
Hello, Bridie. Hello, John. How are you doing?
Hey, Tom.
What's going to happen tonight, Tom?
I tell you what, Friday, I was in Manchester 4 hours ago. I've just driven up. I got up to M6 across the 69, got home, had my tea, jumped in the car with my son, and we're just walking up now. We've just come across by the Spring Bridge, and we're just gone up another steep stairs towards the castle.
That is a great effort.
Yeah, that's a good effort.
Yeah. I'm sure you stuck to the speed limits all the way, didn't you, Tom?
Oh, of course I did. 85, isn't it?
Tom.
No, 70, sorry. 70 mile an hour, that's the one.
Yes, that's right. Let me go back to my original question then. What's going to happen? Because you've made a big effort to get here tonight. Hopefully the players will put in the same level of commitment.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with the team. We've put a big, strong team out. I think we've got to play to Will Asula's strengths, John and Simon. I think we've got to get the ball in and cross it in for the lad. Give him something to go at, because he hasn't shown his real value, I think. He's a big, strong boy. Put the crosses in, get it to him. You've Gordon on one side, they'll angle on the other. So, yeah, it's a good recipe there for a good game and a good result,
Yeah, look at it. I think you look at that front three and you look at the pace that's there. Asula, Langa, Gordon. They would frighten Premier League defences. Not being disrespectful to Bradford, who are having a great season, top of their league. But I don't think they will have faced anybody with the pace of those three up front so far this season. And he's made 7 changes to the weekend, but it hasn't weakened the side at all. You bring Gamaris back in, you bring Joe Linton back in, Gordon back in. You're talking about quality there. So it's nice to have that. It's nice to be able to do that. So
does it feel to you that Newcastle do have a squad now that can compete?
I think so.
Not just one front, not just two fronts if you had the Champions League, but also more than that and include the domestic cups as well. Yeah,
look at I said earlier on, that 2 years ago we weren't able to cope because yes, we had a squad, but we didn't have the depth of squad or the quality of squad to be able to cope with what we did 2 years ago. I think this year we've got that quality. I think this summer transfer window's been good. When you look at what we've brought in, it's added quality to the squad. And look, you've got to remember, there's Wissa's out. Ramsey's out. They are two who would be involved as well. So they add that little bit more quality to the squad as well.
Anything else you'd like to add, Tom?
Yeah, I think Paddy, it's just a shame that Wissa's out, because it would have dovetailed really, really well in the last few games. The one would have jumped in, one would have jumped out. But hopefully, young Will Asula grabs his chance tonight and shows what he's made of.
Yeah, look at it. I think it's an opportunity for him. I said earlier.
I feel like we've had this conversation too many times, though, and he's never quite taken it.
Look, I think it's difficult for him when he's only getting a game here, a game there. Yeah. You need a run of games. will he get a run of games? Difficult to see. You know, you don't see him getting the run of games. So when he does get his opportunity, it's hugely important that he goes out and makes an impression.
Yeah, 100%, John. I hope he does tonight. Yes, for a 3-1 victory anyway.
All right, cheers, Tom.
Victory. Okay, thank you very much indeed, Tom. Remember that we will be on air until 10 o'clock tonight. It's a 7:45 kick-off. If it does go to penalties, well, they will take place straight after the 90 minutes is over. There's no extra time. Let's hope it doesn't need to go to penalties. So we'll be on air until 10 o'clock, so you can react afterwards and send us messages during the game as well. I can read a couple out at half-time. And also at half-time tonight, I will bring you some reaction to a defeat for Gateshead last night by Hartlepool, round up all the other action that's been going on as well. The Bradford City fans, they're starting now to make themselves heard, as are some of the home fans too in response. But it's a big night, we've already said, for the Bradford fans as well as the team. I mean, 5,000 of them, it's not too far to come, Ando. And I guess when you start the league as well as they have, you want to get tickets for any old match.
Yeah.
And when it's a match, someone like this, at a Premier League ground, and they've got a chance to go and see their team hopefully put on a good performance against the Champions League side, well, it's going to be a big day for you, isn't it?
Yeah, like, I don't think there's any pressure on Bradford, to be quite honest. You know, as we said earlier on, it's probably like their cup final. They can go and express themselves, go and enjoy it as much as they possibly can. We're expected to win. You know, we're expected to go and beat them. We're the holders of the cup. You don't want to be going out at the first hurdle, that's for sure. But you couldn't have asked for a better draw, to be quite honest, Bridie. You know, it's something we spoke about earlier on. You're at home to a side that's in a lower league to yourself. That's all you could have asked for.
We had a chat to Louis from BBC Radio Leeds, who's commentating on the match tonight, about how Bradford will approach it, and he did say that Graham Alexander won't be compromising his approach at all, which does mean a high press and quite an aggressive style. Do you think Newcastle will thrive on that, or do you think that might actually cause them a few problems?
I think if Bradford are look, yeah, Louis said they won't change their approach, but I think if they go too gung-ho, I think that plays straight into our hands because of the pace of the three front boys. Because all you do then is you go over the top, you get the ball in behind them, and with the pace that they've got, they'll cause them all sorts of problems.
So they're going to have to find a balancing act, aren't they?
Yeah.
Bradford this evening. But Newcastle with a strong side would be well fancied to do what they need to do tonight. But as we know, it isn't always as straightforward as that. Kick-off here at St James's Park is 20 minutes away, or just under. So Razor and Ando will take you up to that kick-off next.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Hi, it's Matt here, and on the show this morning we gave away tickets to Newcastle United versus Bradford.
Yeah, get in.
That was Dave who won them today. Don't worry, if you're a Newcastle United fan and you want to win more tickets, I've got some to give away ahead of the Arsenal game. Make sure you're listening on Friday. However, we are back tomorrow morning, and I'd like to know your double booking stories. Speaking of football, I've managed to book a visit to Santa's Grotto on the same day as the Sunderland Newcastle United derby. Possibly the worst double booking of all time. Can you beat it? I'll see you tomorrow.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport North East.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you to Simon Pride for Total Sport. He'll be back at half-time. And then again after the match here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Commentary from 7:45. Newcastle United, the League Cup holders, last season's winners, returning to action in the competition with a home tie in round 3 against Bradford, the League One leaders. Now, normally Premier League clubs come into the League Cup at the second round stage, but when you are in Europe, and there are 9 Premier League clubs in Europe this season, then you effectively get a bye to the third round. So that's why Newcastle didn't play in round 2. It was the same 2 years ago when they were last in the Champions League. So third round, the 9 clubs in Europe enter, as do the 23 winners from round 2. And this round's been played over a couple of midweeks. And the draw for the fourth round will come later this evening after the tie between Port Vale and Arsenal, which is an 8 o'clock kick-off. So everything should be sorted, done and dusted here. And then if Newcastle are through, we'll switch our attention to Port Vale Arsenal and look out for the draw for the fourth round. Also playing tonight, two of the 7:45 kickoffs: Huddersfield against Man City and Spurs against Doncaster. John Anderson, it's a full house. Bradford have brought about 5,000, which I'm sure will add to the atmosphere, but it has a very, very different feel to last Thursday and Barcelona.
Oh, God, yeah.
Obviously, things are a lot more sedate, relaxed, lots of changes, just the off-pitch feel. But you could say it's no less important because Newcastle want to do it all again in the League Cup. It's a hugely significant competition for them.
Yeah, look, it's a competition that's been good to us in the years that Eddie Howe has been here. Got the 2 cup finals. We've, of course, we're the reigning holders of this cup competition. So it's a competition that's been kind to us, and you get through this tonight, and all of a sudden you've got another opportunity. There's possibilities. We will have to wait and see. But you're right about there's not the same hype about this as there was last Thursday night, and you wouldn't expect it to be. It's not being disrespectful to the League Cup, but it's not the Champions League, is it? But it's a competition that's there to be won.
It's not that long ago, Ando, because you witnessed far more of this than I did, that this competition almost didn't matter. It was they would regularly go out in, or certainly it feels like in the early rounds, and post takeover it's been different. Runners up, quarter finalists at Chelsea went out on penalties painfully, should have won, should have been through. Probably would have won it that season as well if you think about the way that the competition panned out. You'll never know, but after the quarterfinals, and then obviously last year. So that's why I say it's really significant. It's become that, hasn't it? They've taken it really seriously, and it's been an opportunity for them. Wembley twice, and finally some silverware. It was very different even just 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, look, as I said earlier, it's a competition that's been kind to us. 2 cup finals, we've won it. So Eddie Howe does take this competition seriously. He sees it as an opportunity, as a big opportunity of winning silverware. Of course, that's what we did last year, but it's and you couldn't have I said to Pridey earlier, Rosie, you couldn't have asked for a better draw. Yes, Bradford may be top of their league, but they're in a totally different league to us. You're at home to them, and that's all you ask. It's different to last season. When you look at the sides we had to beat to get to Wembley last season, it wasn't the easiest run. It was difficult. There was a lot of quality sides in there, but hopefully we can get this done tonight.
BBC Radio Newcastle live at St James's Park. Warm-ups are finished. The substitutes are the final Newcastle players out on the pitch, ending with some shooting practice, and the starting 11 are back inside the changing room with Eddie Howe, and this is the team that he has selected tonight. A debut in goal, competitive debut for Aaron Ramsdale. Emil Kraft is in at right back. Malik Chow, Sven Botman and Lewis Hall are the other defenders, so it's a back 4. They've reverted to a back 4, having played with 3 centre-halves at Bournemouth. Midfield 3 of Bruno, Miley and Joelinton, and the front 3 is Elanga, Gordon, who is now free from suspension, and Osula on the bench. Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, who may consider himself unlucky not to start, or will certainly be disappointed, especially after he made an appearance as a late sub on Sunday. Tonali, Barnes, Livramento are also on the bench, as are Voltemada, Willock and Alex Murphy. No Jacob Murphy tonight, and no Dan Byrne either. 7 changes again, and does that show that even though centre forward, they're still
figuring things out, and they've got Jan Wisser to come back, that there is some depth to Eddie Howe's group
again,
of players.
something we said to Friday earlier on. 2 years ago, we didn't have the quality and depth to be able to cope. I think this time round, some people moaned about the transfer window, saying there wasn't enough done, but I think it's been shown when you see what's been brought in, that brought 6 in, but it's not just numbers, it's the quality that's been brought in as well. And all of a sudden there is a quality to this squad, there is depth. The thing was, a couple of seasons back, Eddie Howe was very reliant on 13, 14 players that he had total trust in. Now he's got that little bit more quality in basically all areas of the pitch, so there is that depth there is that quality there, so that's the reason why he's being able to rotate. He made 7 changes at the weekend, he's made another 7 changes tonight, and no doubt he'll probably make another 7 Sunday afternoon as well, so it's a luxury he's got now that he didn't have previously.
Match tonight will be refereed by Thomas Kirk. It's his first senior Newcastle United fixture. A Football League referee. Mark Scholes and Andrew Fox are the assistants. 4th official is Anthony Backhouse. And a reminder, there is no VAR in the League Cup. It doesn't come in until the semi-finals.
Ridiculous. Yeah, it's a crazy. I mean, if you've got it, why not use it?
Yeah.
It's a ridiculous situation. If you're not going to use it in these early rounds, don't use it at all. What is the sense of waiting to the semi-final to bring it in?
Yeah.
Stupid.
I'm sure there'll be plenty who agree with that point of view. We'll hear the pre-match thoughts of Eddie Howe shortly, but let's hear from his opposite number tonight, Graham Alexander, the Bradford boss, because despite being 6 years older than Eddie Howe, Graham Alexander actually played under him at Burnley.
Captain at the club, and I'd played regular for the previous 20 years, and there's one time really the period that I didn't start a game, so it was a really, really difficult period for me. I don't think I helped Eddie, to be honest, because I was the captain, but I was fighting to be in the team. I don't think I handled that whole period very well from my perspective. I don't think we were the best of friends at that particular time. When I did leave, and then when I got my first job as a manager, one of the first people that sent me a really nice message was Eddie. We've been in contact since then, not regular, but over the last few years. I think he's a top manager. Yeah, he's proven that. He doesn't have to prove it anymore. I don't have to speak about what he is. His record speaks for itself. The job he did at Bournemouth was phenomenal, and he's at an absolute top club now, and winning trophies and taking him to the Champions League.
Graham Alexander of Bradford City, experienced manager. He's had a number of Football League clubs. Took them to promotion in his first full season, and they were promoted to League One by scoring in the 96th minute on the final day to grab the final automatic promotion place. So dramatic climb out of League Two into League One, and what a start they've made. They are top of League One after 9 matches. They replaced Cardiff at the Summit after beating them in Wales on Saturday by 3 goals to 1. So seems like a good time to be a Bradford City fan. They've been in either League One or League Two since 2004, so a long time in the lower leagues, but they're going well. This is their team tonight. Sam Walker is the goalkeeper. Matthew Pennington, one of 3 centre-halves. You may remember him from Everton. He once scored at Anfield in the Premier League in a Merseyside derby, but as usual, Everton ended up on the losing team. Neil Byrne in the centre of defence, experienced defender who had a season at Gateshead 2017-18 in the National League, and Kieran Kelly. It's a 3-4-3. Brad Halliday, who began his career at Middlesbrough, on the right. Ibu Toure on the left. The former Sunderland player Max Power in the centre of the park alongside Tommy Lee, one of their goal scorers at Cardiff. And the front 3, Bobby Poynton, Bradford-born, academy graduate. Nick Powell, you might remember his big move to Manchester United from Crewe at the start of his career. He's 31 now. And Stephen Humphreys, is up front. He is a striker they signed on a free from Barnsley in the summer. Bradford's bench, Joe Hilton, the goalkeeper, Joe Wright, Josh Neufville, who played here in this round last season for AFC Wimbledon, Andy Cook, who we've been talking about tonight, Bishop Auckland born, Newcastle United fan, just back from an anterior cruciate ligament injury. Whatever happens, you have to hope he gets some minutes on the pitch tonight, don't you? Anthony Sarcevic, the player who scored their promotion-winning goal last season, Tom McIntyre, Tyreek Wright, Jensen Metcalf and George Lapsley. Obviously the story is Andy Cook, really, Ando, and 34 years of age. He's been around, scored goals in plenty of places. It's a huge night for him and for his teammates as well. And there are a couple of familiar names in the side that Bradford have named.
Yeah, I mean, he will be hoping and praying that he gets an opportunity to get a run out and go and play here. Fingers crossed for him. He's been out a long time, but it's, as I say, he'll be praying that the manager decides to put him on at some time during the course of the game.
Newcastle United against Bradford City is on the way here on BBC Radio Newcastle, and for the first time in their history they go into a League Cup campaign as the holders.
It's nice. It's got a nice feel about it. It's something that we acknowledge, and we want to respect that by trying to do our best to go on another good run. But as we found last year, the early rounds are very, very difficult. We played Wimbledon, and a very difficult game, a 1-0 win, I think a penalty. That was a tough game, and I think it was the same 2 years before, where those early rounds, I think we squeezed through against Tranmere, tough games. And we fully respect every opponent. So these early rounds are so important that you just try and find a way to get through, and that's what we'll be trying to do.
The League Cup is special to you, isn't it? How much would it mean to be able to go far, go all the way once again?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the experiences that we've been through in the competition, and not just last year, 2 seasons ago, were memorable to say the least. They're some of my strongest memories of success. The semi-finals, the whole experience of the competition. I think it's a great one, and I think because you're going into it early in the season as well, I think it has a freshness to it. And yeah, that we're up against tough opponents. They're doing very well in their league. They've been on a strong winning run. They've beaten 2 championship teams to get to this point. So full credit to them and to Graham Alexander.
Total Sport North East.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Bruno Guimaraes leads Newcastle onto the pitch, recalled tonight after his run of 68 consecutive Premier League starts came to an end. Just rested at Bournemouth. He's played so much football. You always thought he would play tonight, though, Ando, didn't you? And you were spot on.
Yeah, he got rested at the weekend, but I always felt that he would get that. He would come back in tonight, and same with Joe Linton, because he had a tough campaign, didn't he? He was away playing for Brazil. He played at altitude. Then he came back and he had those games, and he needed a little bit of a breather. He got that at the weekend, but I always thought he'd come back into the side tonight.
Newcastle United, Ramsdale in goal, Kraft, Chow, Botman, Hall, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Ilanga, Gordon, Osula. Great to have Gordon available again in domestic competitions. What about Osula's opportunity tonight? He started at Leeds in the Premier League. Voltemada's now in. Wissa, they hope, will be fit again in 4 weeks' time. But it's nights like this and this sort of fixture that he's getting his opportunity in, and he does need to grasp it, doesn't he?
Yeah, and again, talking to Bridie earlier, it's tough for him because you need a run of games. And he's not going to get a run of games, Razor. He's going to get the odd game here and there. So there's pressure on him to grab that opportunity when he does get game time, because, as I say, he would love to get a run of 7-8 games, whatever it may be. But I don't see that happening. He may well play the odd League Cup game. He'll come on in the odd game here and there, but when Wissa's fit, all of a sudden he drops further down that pecking order as well, and you would think that game time then becomes even less.
2 teams, 2 huddles. Newcastle, black and white stripes, black shorts, black socks. Ramsdale in light blue with luminous orange gloves and boots. Bradford all in pink, now break from their huddle, and the goalkeeper Walker is in yellow. They're going to kick towards the Leazes end, so up the hill, that's right to left from our commentary position. And Newcastle with Miley in the holding midfield, the centre, Bruno to the right of him. Ramsdale in goal, Kraft, Chow, Botman, Hall, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Ilanga, Gordon, Osula. Great to have Gordon available again in domestic competitions. What about Osula's opportunity tonight? He started at Leeds in the Premier League. Baltimore's now in. Wissa, they hope, will be fit again in 4 weeks' time. But it's nights like this and this sort of fixture that he's getting his opportunity in, and he does need to grasp it, doesn't he?
Yeah, again, talking to Bridie earlier, you know, it's tough for him because you need a run of games, and he's not going to get a run of games, Razor. You know, he's going to get the odd game here and there, so there's pressure on him to grab that opportunity when he does get game time, because, as I say, he would love to get a run of 7-8 games, whatever it may be, but you know, I don't see that happening. You know, he may well play the odd League Cup game, he'll come on in the odd game here and there, but when Wissa's fit, all of a sudden he drops further down that pecking order as well, and you would think that game time then becomes even less.
2 teams, 2 huddles. Newcastle, black and white stripes, black shorts, black socks. Ramsdale in light blue with luminous orange gloves and boots. Bradford all in pink, now break from their huddle, and the goalkeeper Walker is in yellow. They're going to kick towards the Leazes end, so up the hill, that's right to left from our commentary position. And Newcastle with Miley in the holding midfield, the centre, Bruno to the right of him. Ramsdale, Kraft, Chow, Botman, Hall, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Ilanga on the right, Gordon left, Osula up front. Bradford, Walker in goal, Pennington, Byrne and Kelly at the back. Across the middle, Halliday, Power, Lee and Toure, and Powell, Poynton and Humphreys in their forward line, and it'll be Stephen Humphreys, who's scored once this season in a win over Luton in League One, to kick us underway. But they're going to wait for the music to finish. To be fair, it's not quite 7:45. This is one of 3 that kick off at this time. The draw follows the 8 o'clock match, Port Vale against Arsenal. You would make Newcastle very strong favourites, John Anderson, to be in it.
Of course, you would have to. You know, home advantage. You would make them big favourites, and you'd be. Would it be a shock if they got beat tonight? Most definitely, yeah.
Well, 4,900 Bradford City supporters in Level 7 will be dreaming of an upset. They were runners-up in 2013 when they were a League 2 club at the time, beaten by Swansea in the final. Newcastle United had the pain of losing at Wembley 2 years ago, but then the joy of the 2-1 win over Liverpool in March, that unforgettable day, and they start a League Cup campaign for the very first time as holders, looking to defend the title they won 6 months ago. We're underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and the Newcastle United website and app. Bradford kicked off, Newcastle won it back, and they've immediately got a free kick inside 20 seconds on halfway. Joelinton gets the ball from Botman and passes it to Lewis Miley, looking for Bruno, but it's cut out by Bradford. And a long pass sent forward by Kieran Kelly onto the head of Emil Kraft, who lifts it away. Then Bradford get it up the left wing, and they've got Humphreys at the edge of the box here, and a man free on the right. I couldn't quite find him. Now a shot comes in from Brad Halliday, left-footed, 18 yards, low down, comfortable for Ramsdale.
Yeah, didn't get on it. The ball needed to go wider to him an awful lot earlier. They overran it Unfortunate that it fell to him, but it was a comfortable save in the end.
Bradford on the left wing again, and a deep cross and an easy take for Ramsdale, who is assessing his options. Drops it at the feet of Sven Botman. I thought Botman looked more like Sven Botman at Bournemouth. He was assured, as was Malik Chow, although he had the issue with the yellow cards. They keep their places tonight. No Byrne, Lascelles on the bench. A thought about the centre-backs, Ando?
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the two of them together, because you would think long-term they're probably the future, aren't they? Good ball.
Chow up to Joelinton, back to Botman. Still in his own half, Lewis Hall, now with squad number 3. Miley finds Bruno, who gets turned, and an inviting pass for Elanga, who heads for the goal line and turns back, gives it to Kraft, making his first appearance of the season. Emil Kraft. Miley to Bruno, sidesteps Power, his opponent, and Miley for Bruno again, back to Hall, getting on for 40 yards from the goal. Gordon spins away from Brad Halliday, cuts back inside. Gordon looking to create something, backwards it goes, and then Miley wins Newcastle a throw 30 yards out, gets it immediately from Hall on this near side, Newcastle's left. 2.5 minutes played. Bruno threaded through a ball for Kraft, just behind Osula at the edge of the area, and cleared.
Could have hit it, couldn't he? Just drifted in behind. Thought he was going to come onto it and hit it.
It's not normally in that position, is it?
No.
To take the shot on. It's a shame. 0-0. Bruno in the centre circle. Gordon with a flick. Joelinton on to Osula. Tries to wriggle free away from defenders. Joelinton edge of the area with a follow-up shot after Bradford attempted to clear, and it's over the top from 18 yards.
Got to hit the target, hasn't he? It's an opportunity. It's opened up for him. Got all the goal to hit. Just lashes at it, doesn't he?
Yeah, Bradford made a block, then tried to get it forwards. Gordon sent it back straight to Joelinton, who hit it first time, but too high. Bradford goalkeeper Sam Walker, the big boy, 6'6", into the Newcastle half. Header backwards from Joelinton, now brought down under control in midfield by Bradford's Tommy Lee. Halliday up the line, Humphreys trying to lift it around Botman, who's gone down holding his face, and the referee's whistle has gone to signal a free kick for Newcastle United. Botman's back up. Stair gives his nose a bit of a rub. There was a bit of contact, but just as they were challenging for the ball. And we're playing again with Bruno to Miley, across midfield to Hall. And Gordon drifts inside. Halliday trying to keep up with him. Gordon sweeps it across to Kraft, onto Elanga. First time inside to Bruno. Joelinton just outside the box. Gordon on the edge of the area, onto Bruno, couldn't take it in his stride, and it's cleared towards halfway. Chow is onto it, helps it forwards to Kraft, and he fires it back to Botman next to the centre circle. Newcastle 0, Bradford 0. There was a nice moment between Eddie Howe and Graham Alexander, an embrace and exchange of pleasantries before kick-off. They're both in their technical areas as Bruno slips it on to Kraft. Osula doesn't stick, and it's cleared. And Ramsdale leaves his penalty area to play it to Chow. Did play for United in pre-season against Espanyol here, Aaron Ramsdale, after joining on loan from Southampton. He saved a penalty that night. Hall up the line, the near side, and out it goes. Hall looking for someone to throw it to. It's back down the line to Botman.
Takes a touch inside to Ramsdale, controls to the outside of his right boot and pushes it on to Chow. He clips it over to Hall, and Gordon drops in. Gordon taken down by Nick Powell's outstretched leg. Free kick quickly taken. Miley to Gordon. Shifts inside and whips it around the corner to Bruno. Header on from Kraft, wide to Elanga. Chance to run it. Ibu Toure, and he does and beats him. And the second challenge comes in. Elanga is down and sent rolling over. Free kick awarded near to the corner on the right. Elanga obviously felt the force of that. He's yet to get up, and the assistant flagged and the referee blew the whistle.
Yeah, it's just that pace, isn't it? So quick. Just knocked it past. Lad comes sliding in, just catches him.
It was Kelly. And here's the free kick. Well, they've got two who could take it. Look, but it's going to be Elanga deep to the back of the box. Kraft was there, ran over the ball, and Elanga came to whip it in. It was too long. Gordon, now that might be a foul, and it is. Nick Powell. It was like it was in slow motion. Gordon was moving inside, wasn't moving at a particularly fast speed, and Powell just took him down. Referee saw that the ball had run to Lewis Miley with his back to goal, but free kick. Is this too wide for a shot?
No,
just outside the box.
No. You wouldn't expect Gordon to hit it, would you?
Well,
no.
Nobody seems available just to have it played to them to shoot, but Gordon could roll it short to Hall and get it back, I suppose. Out on the left, 5 yards back from the edge of the box, three-man Bradford wall. Gordon curls it into the penalty area. It hits Botman and comes back out of the box. Humphreys, the Bradford striker, heads away, and Miley to Kraft, and back they go to Ramsdale, to the delight of the Bradford fans in the Lees' end. Elanga here on the charge, on the run to Bruno, dispossessed. It's a throw for Newcastle on halfway. Miley to Chow. And Botman forwards from the edge of the penalty area. Gordon. Another challenge in. Gordon from behind, nothing given. Hall has the ball. It was Neil Byrne, the big central defender. It's Kraft towards Bruno. His touch has let him down there, and Newcastle have surrendered possession. Max Power, the captain, after a couple of seasons at Sunderland in League One, he went to Saudi Arabia and then Denmark. A backwards ball from Bradford to the goalkeeper, almost played them into trouble, and they've won a throw. Oh, it's gone Newcastle's way on the left wing. Looked like Joe Linton got the last touch, but it's Newcastle's ball 20 yards out on the left. They took a chance there by playing it back and playing it out short.
Yeah, keeper, poor ball played out, wasn't it? Wasn't enough pace on it. Sold his defender up the river.
Hall throws it backwards, but into the path of Joe Linton, and he has to stab it back to Botman. Forwards to Miley, back to Botman. Hall, and then to the goalkeeper Ramsdale, who's come, I suppose, relatively short. He's 10 yards outside his box to receive it and keep the ball moving for Newcastle United. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Miley flicked on to Bruno, inside to Joe Linton, man on, back to Bruno. Kraft free to the right. Osula takes it, nice turn, edge of the area, Osula, but then couldn't get a proper second touch. It's won back by the League One team and then cleared. Botman gets the better of Humphreys, and Hall inside to Miley, just to the Bradford half. Joe Linton now on to Gordon. Back to Bruno. Oh, it's run away from him. And there's the opportunity of a break for Bobby Poynton. On to Ibu Toure. Bradford counter-attack. Only two in the middle. On the left wing. And Toure's running out of play.
Yeah,
12th minute.
And didn't have any support with him, did he?
And they had one early attack that saw Ramsdale make a comfortable save. They couldn't make anything count there. Kraft's throw to Elanga, lifted back to the edge of the box. Botman, first time into the feet of Hall. Botman inside. Ramsdale walks it into the D. Very, very assured and comfortable when he's got the ball at his feet. Aaron Ramsdale actively seeks it out, doesn't he? Bruno, back to him from Joelinton, being pulled. Bruno by Tommy Lee, who decided to play on and chip the ball over Ramsdale and into the net. Finish. Long after the whistle went.
Yeah.
You can say he scored at St James's Park, can't he?
No, doesn't know.
Well, he put the ball in the net. Hall's won it back for Joelinton, forwards, but straight to the Bradford defence. Burn away. Chow, the covering defender, with the header. And Power gets there before Miley. Back it comes to Halliday. And Humphreys, nice feet. Skips inside. And Lee pushes it over to Kelly. Good possession for Bradford. To use their goalkeeper now, Sam Walker. Asula closes down, Walker away, long ball. They were a Premier League club. If you are a younger listener, you may not remember Bradford. 1999 to 2001, 2 seasons in the Premier League. Just survived in the first, then went back down. Haven't been up since, but they played Newcastle home and away in each of those seasons. United won the 2 home matches and a draw and a defeat away at Bradford each time in the those 2 seasons. Now Newcastle across midfield. Botman couldn't hold it. Bradford want a free kick. They still go, they still attack, and they get the shot away, which Ramsdale has to dive and push behind. Bobby Poynton took the effort on. They were calling for a free kick after a recovery challenge on the edge of the box, but referee Thomas Kirk played the advantage, and Ramsdale into an important save low down for a Bradford corner.
Yeah, Botman took a chance, didn't he, and it didn't come off. And they broke. Referee did well actually, because he gave them the advantage. There was a foul. Don't think it was going in actually. Their shot might have just been going wide, but Ramsdale wasn't taking any chances.
There was a deflection on the shot and it was low down. The challenge that could have been the free kick was ahead of the D, so not quite on the edge of the box, but that was their direction of travel. And the referee's gone to check that the ball is actually on the corner quadrant. Tommy Lee, the player who just chipped it into the net after the whistle went. Interacting with the referee again. 15th minute, corner kick to defend. Lee always picked out. Halliday free at the back of the box, brought down, then the cross. Ramsdale diving, pushes it away. That could have been a big moment for Bradford City, and they've lost it on the far side. Newcastle throw Elanga, no time to waste, straight to Gordon, now back to Kraft, and up the line from Kraft, but straight out. Well, they didn't pick Halliday up, did they?
No, they didn't. Left them all on his own back post.
I think it was a cross, but Ramsdale saved it. Scored it again, the goalkeeper. Passed back to him from Chow from on the right. And now Botman out to Hall. Up towards Gordon. Inside from Bradford, who've won it back. Gordon's got it again, and now Bruno with a run of Osula to the left. Finds William Osula. An opportunity to head into the box. 3 defenders on him. Osula holds it up.
and still holds it left hand side, passes it to Bruno, move back wide left for Hall, he sends in the cross, flicked away. Miley down for Kraft. It's 1-0 to Spurs against Doncaster. João Palhinha. Bruno 30 yards out, 0-0. Hall back inside to the skipper, onto Joelinton, laid off to Miley. He's got room, he can hit it, doesn't, goes wide to Kraft. Elanga up the line, it's back inside to Miley, right of centre. Bruno, Gordon close by for support. Bruno goes back out to the right. Emil Kraft, Joelinton makes his way into the penalty area. Elanga to Miley, back to Bruno, edge of the box, now for Gordon to hit, blocked on the way through. Joelinton, bottom corner from Joelinton. Newcastle patient passing around the penalty area, and it found its way to the Brazilian, who found the bottom left corner of the Bradford City net. And in the 17th minute, it's 1-0 to Newcastle United.
Yeah, good finish. Patient build-up, wasn't it? Patient play. Moved Bradford around, couldn't clear the lines, fell to Joelinton. This time he doesn't panic, does he? Just rolls him straight in the corner. Doesn't give the keeper any chance.
Joelinton. Gordon actually had the shot that was blocked by the defender after all that build-up. But Joelinton, who'd made his way into the middle, was there just in the right place. Osula was close by, but he took a touch and picked his spot. Newcastle United 1, Bradford City 0. After a couple of moments at the defensive end of the pitch, they've hit the back of the net at the other. 2-0 to Spurs against Doncaster. Jay McGrath own goal. So Tottenham with 2, Newcastle with 1. Still 0-0 Huddersfield against Manchester City. All of them looking to avoid an upset. Joelinton to Miley, room and runners. Bruno through for Osula. William Osula! That's his big moment, and he takes it. Slipped in by the pass, one-on-one with the keeper right hand side of the penalty box, and William Osula is Newcastle's leading goal scorer this season with 2 after the one he got against Liverpool. Followed it up tonight, right-footed finish, and in the space of 2 minutes they have delivered 2 goals to open up a lead over Bradford City. On BBC Radio Newcastle, it's Newcastle United 2, Bradford City 0.
Yeah, Bradford just cut very square, weren't they? Ball in behind, he uses his pace, gets onto it, can't finish. Just strokes it past the goalkeeper, he gets in there.
Pleased for him, which you have to be. You want to see him do well in matches like this, and you said earlier that he knows his third choice, but if he's on the pitch and he gets chances,
that's all he can do.
You can only take them.
Yeah, that's all he can do.
Manchester City have now scored at Huddersfield. Phil Foden with it for City. But good position to be in. 20 minutes, 2-0 up.
Yeah, it's a long way back for Bradford now, isn't it? 2 goals in the space of a couple of minutes.
Gordon looking for Hall with an angled ball inside, and it's cleared. Chow forwards from halfway. Bradford had only lost once in the league this season, and now they are 2-0 down. Newcastle want more goals. Miley to Joelinton. Gordon in space on the left, it doesn't come. Joelinton to Miley, round the corner for Osula, and runs into a defender. And Joelinton with a trip. And a bit of pushing. Osula getting shoved by Kieran Kelly.
Bradford, one of their 3 centre-backs. Osula didn't retreat in the way that Kelly wanted him to. Goalkeeper's going to take the free kick 10 yards up from the box. Botman with a climb and a header out to the near side. Gordon plays it against a Bradford opponent. Comes back to him and he fires one into the box for Ramsdale, who's taking control of matters. And a measured short pass to Chow, lifted over to Hall. Gordon up the line, gets it inside to Joelinton. Lovely flick for Gordon. Brilliant Newcastle play, and Elanga onto this in a flash on the left wing. Osula in the centre. Elanga for Anthony Gordon, and a shot that goes wide. Was there a deflection? Yes. It's a corner on the right.
Just got away from him a bit, didn't it? Good build-up as well. The pace of those 3 is frightening. Gordon's touch just wasn't there, just got away from him.
They've taken the corner, and then it's sent in from about 20 yards out from Miley after it was played back. Headed away by Bradford, and then Toure, the left wing back, right wing back, playing it off a black and white shirt for a throw. What does this do for Bradford's game plan, whatever it was? Because we saw that they were not here to sit in and defend and park the bus, to use that phrase, but they're 2-0 down now, midway through the first half.
Difficult for them now, isn't it? Stick or twist, really. Do they come out and become even more open? Because the one thing they don't want to do is get absolutely battered.
BBC Radio Newcastle, and it's Joelinton and Osula with goals to give Newcastle a lead that you would say is comfortable, and one they're looking to add to. Gordon on the halfway line. Osula made the run in behind, but Gordon holds possession. Wanted some movement in midfield. They've now got it with Miley in the centre circle, and it's curled over to the right wing to Elanga, looking to run. He drifts inside, challenge comes in, no foul, and Bradford come away with the ball.
Oh dear.
But they pass it straight to Miley and inside to Joelinton. Bruno back to Joelinton, Bruno again, looking for Joelinton once more, but it doesn't quite reach him. Max Power's got it. Under pressure from Gordon, just keeps his team in possession. Power is 32 years of age now, plenty of experience, and Powell, similarly 31, towards the edge of the box, but intercepted by Botman. 2-0 Newcastle, and now a goal for Arsenal, 1-0 up at Port Vale through Eberechi Eze. So the 4 Premier League teams are winning tonight. Newcastle, Spurs, Man City, Arsenal. Lewis Hall, more important minutes for him after his return, start of the season from the foot injury that saw him miss the last 3 months of last season. He's played the ball inside, then being caught after passing it by Byrne. Elanga edge of the area, meanwhile. William Osula with another chance, and an important save by the boot of goalkeeper Sam Walker. It's a Newcastle corner on the left. Hall is back up. Didn't see what happened, exactly what contact it was, but he hit the deck as United went on the attack and almost scored a third goal.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Follow the ball. Again, they get in, they just open Bradford up. Decent save by the keeper with his legs.
Now the corner kick about to come in. Referee has told Anthony Gordon to wait because he is trying to deal with something in the middle. He's talking to Sven Botman and Neil Byrne. Gordon runs towards the ball, then stops, walks back, puts 2 arms in the air, comes forwards, and now delivers into the 6-yard box. It's away. Bruno flicks it down to Elanga. They could still make something happen here. Deep cross, headed behind by Poynton for another Newcastle corner. The little 21-year-old diving header.
Yeah, he's
close
not the
to
biggest,
goal
is he?
line. Had to stretch and strain his neck muscles to make sure that he got it behind, which he did. Gordon again from the left. The 27th minute, flat to the near post. Miley tried to flick it in, it was blocked. Back to Gordon, and now Hall, corner of the area, on his left, sends over the delivery, comes back across the penalty box. Toure up the line and straight out. Throw for Hall. I think he's about 25 yards from goal. Gets it back from Miley, then plays it to young midfielder again, Lewis Miley. Ramsdale, middle of Newcastle's half, on to Chow. Langa's on halfway, has to come back with it. Oh, it's a risky ball and it's intercepted by Bradford, who then lost it and then won it back on the far side. Poynton with a turn, 3 black and white shirts with him. I tell you what, he's done really well there, under pressure. He spun one way then the other, found a teammate, in comes the cross. Ramsdale and Botman combine to get it clear. Osula holds it up, gives it to Elanga, and then Elanga is brought down as he tries to go on the outside. Well, there was a mistake there, some good Bradford play, a bit of, I don't want to say desperate defending, but important defending, and Newcastle come away with a free kick. Joelinton to Miley, on to Bruno, got a man on his shoulder, he turns, could drop it over the top for Elanga, and that's the ball. Anthony Elanga, great first touch, he's got 4 in the middle.
Oh, it's
too high, the cross. Lewis Hall goes after it, retrieves it inside to Gordon, and now Miley could give it to Joelinton. It's instead Bruno, and they're working it well on the edge of the area, but Bradford are able to head it clear, and now Hall to Botman. Lewis Hall drops his shoulder, gets away from Humphreys on the near touchline, inside to Malik Chow. Bruno, tidy play in the middle. Hall inside to Miley. Up to Joelinton. Now for Bruno, edge of the penalty area, stabbed away by a defender, and a throw near the corner flag on the near side. Newcastle United 2, Bradford City 0.
Desperate defending at the moment, isn't it? It's like attack v defence at the minute.
Bradford having to concentrate, and this can be draining. Applause there for 3 subs who got to warm up: Alex Murphy, Sandro Tonali and Nick Voltemada. Newcastle 7 changes tonight. Ramsdale in goal, Kraft, Chow, Botman, Hall, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Elanga, Gordon, Osula. And this is Elanga from Kraft's pass, inside to Miley, 30 yards out. Miley goes on the outside, he could put one in the middle here. He's played it up the line to Kraft, and it comes back, and now with Bruno, a through ball that's cut out, and Chow intercepts. Miley for Joelinton, defender at his back, and a clean challenge. Then Elanga wins it at the edge of the area for Osula, down for Gordon, out of his feet, Gordon shot, parried and behind from goalkeeper Walker. Corner on the right.
Yeah, just can't keep it, Bradford, can they? They win it back and they just give it away in bad areas, just inviting pressure all the time.
Premier League versus League One, and Newcastle well on top after half an hour. Chow, Botman, Bruno, Osula, Gordon, Joelinton all in the box, and as Elanga too. He makes a run away, and the corner is sent in by Miley, but it's behind everybody, and Bradford get it clear. Beyond halfway, it's gone for a throw. Emil Kraft picks it up, and rather than doing anything quickly, holds the ball, dries it on his black and white shirt. Still a fairly pleasant night for the time of year. 12 degrees and dry. The ball shouldn't be wet, but maybe a bit of moisture on the surface.
Yeah,
which would have been watered heavily before kick-off. 2-0 the score. Gordon with Hall making a forward run on the inside. He finds Hall. Underlapping run, and his cross is turned out for a throw. Gordon's taken it, gives it to Botman, gets it back again. Gordon up to Joe Linton, then a nutmeg from Gordon, but smacked clear by Power.
Just keeps coming straight back though.
Ramsdale to Chow. Miley just behind the halfway line, over the top. Osula's onto this, he's got the pace to get in behind again. William Osula looking for his second of the night, beats the defender, draws the save from the keeper, who just at the second time of asking gathers the rebound with Gordon closing in.
Tight angle, wasn't it? Did well to get it on target.
Got the first touch. Osula took it wide, the defender caught up with him, then he beat him and found space for the shot, but it was tight, wasn't it, Andoan? Keeper made the save. He needs some treatment now. Sam Walker is down in the box. Maybe this is could this be a tactical foul like Newcastle? Graham Alexander played under Eddie Howe.
Trying to run the clock now.
Their entire outfield contingent are on the near side now with a water bottle and instructions from the manager. Newcastle taking up this opportunity, the break in play, as a chance to discuss the performance. Bruno talking to William Osula. This is Anthony Gordon. Joe Linton has got his arm round Osula. Eddie Howe now has word. Osula's getting it from all angles. Scored a goal. I think he's played badly at all, but they always demand a lot from the striker, and they want more from him. 34th minute, and
it's been very comfortable, hasn't it?
Lead 2-0.
Yeah, it's been very comfortable.
If you were to use one word to sum it up, you would use comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, 2 goals in the space of a couple of minutes really kills Bradford as well. You just feel it's a long way back for them. You can see the gulf in class. They may be top of League One, but there's just a huge gulf in class there at the moment.
Joe Linton on 17, Osula on 19. Without reply. So 2-0. And the goalkeeper's all right. Bradford throw back into play by Halliday. Scored at Stoke in one of the earlier rounds. They've won away from home twice to get to round 3, beating 2 championship teams, Stoke, who've had a good start to the season, and Blackburn. 3-0 at Stoke, 2-0 at Ewood Park. Gordon to Kraft, lots of space ahead of him from halfway, up to Elanga. Inside to Bruno, back to Elanga, carries it and still going. Oh, what a run from Elanga! Stopped by the defender just inside the penalty area. It's just pure speed. Here's Kraft onto Elanga again. And now a deep cross from Bruno. Joe Linton heads it, but it's wide under pressure at the near post. The near side from our position, the far post from where Bruno crossed it.
Yeah, it was a difficult one, wasn't it? Because it was a loopy cross. Probably should have gone back across goal, but there's going to be some header to score from the angle he was at. But good play again, isn't it? It's 35 minutes in, it's all been very, very comfortable.
Botman climbs well to win a header, and then there's another aerial challenge with Botman. Chow has the ball. Back it goes to Ramsdale. Accurate pass to the feet of Kraft, and wants it in behind for Elanga. Almost cut out by Kelly, but he has conceded a throw. return to the League Cup is going well. 2-0 they lead here on BBC Radio Newcastle. If you'd like to comment on the match, send us a message for the half-time break on X. It's at BBC Newcastle, or on WhatsApp. Put BBC at the start and it's 08000 321 333. Joelinton to Bruno, edge of the area. Bruno's curling shot. You could see where he was trying to put it, and that's the top corner, but it ended up in the fans behind the goal.
He doesn't put his foot through it, does he? He scoops a lot of his shots. They just scoop straight up in the air. Oh.
Bradford play it short from the back, then give it to the goalkeeper, who decides enough is enough, and long into Newcastle's half. Throw now from Kraft. They've left Bruno all alone. 3 in the centre and lifted forwards. Elanga brings it down, gets tackled by midfielder Tommy Lee, who was chasing back, trying to help his defenders. Driven up to halfway, flicked on, but Botman is there, and now Lewis Hall up to the feet of Osula. Well, it was slightly away from Osula, and the Bradford defence have it. Now Halliday into midfield. Joelinton intercepts. Botman to Miley. They are hungry for more goals. Looks for Bruno, cut out by Lee, and now Humphreys close to the edge of the penalty area, plays it against the heels of Poynton, and was trying to get it out to the wide area to Ibu Toure, but he hit his own man. Joelinton to Hall. Gordon goes wide and then makes the run up the line, and Hall clips it into space for Gordon to collect, and now to run in the area. Gordon on the outside. Gordon drives over across. Such a powerful delivery. It's kept in on the touchline from Elanga, 35 yards out. Kraft back to Elanga, inside to Miley, and now Elanga again. Totally dominant Newcastle. Bruno through the legs of his man, then he beats another and wins a free kick, having been dragged to the floor. And Lee puffs out his cheeks. Yeah, he's up against the Premier League captain, a Brazilian international, Tommy Lee, and he got done there. The blonde-haired midfielder with a black hairband on trudged off after that piece of midfield skill from Bruno. It's led to this free kick in the 39th minute. Kraft runs over it. Miley delivers, and it's come all the way across to the corner on the left for Gordon, completely free. 2 defenders get out there. Gordon back to Hall. Bruno edge of the box. Where does it go now? It's back out to Gordon, the furthest player wide on the left, into the area for the run of Hall. Header clear from Power, and now Humphreys just want to throw for his team. Newcastle think it should be theirs, but it's Bradford's ball in the middle of their half on the near side.
Just can't get out, can they? Just camped in there.
Power onto Humphreys, chests it down, plays it back, and now to Lee, and Kelly on the line. Lee looks for the ball in behind for Point, and Miley tracking out of position at full-back, onto Toure, and then the cross headed out for Bradford to take a throw close to the corner flag, quickly put back into play by Toure to Poynton, and now Power. 2 in the box. They want it delivered. It's Power. He's given it straight to Chow. The 2 in the box, Halliday and Humphreys, wanted a cross. Here's Gordon. He's nutmegged Lee. That's twice he's been done like that in a few minutes. Bruno. Osula could be played in. Referee's brought it back. He's brought it back when Newcastle had Osula played through. And Jason Tindall stares at the 4th official quizzically. There's no no doubting it was a foul on Gordon, but Bruno had it, and then he let Bruno take a couple of touches, and he played it to Osula, who would have been away.
Well, yeah, he just stopped it because he was going to boot the boy, but he should have let it go. He could have came back and booted him.
That's what referees often do.
Yeah.
Joelinton to Miley. Osula close to the edge of the box. He's won a free kick. Now the challenge came in after he controlled the ball. He's down, and so is Halliday for Bradford. So they're both sitting up now. Bradford send on a member of their medical team. Osula lifts himself up. Newcastle United lead by 2-0. If you've got a moment at half time, you can text us as well. Put BBC at the start. The number's 81333. 81333. Start your text messages with BBC. Or if you want to WhatsApp us, again, put BBC at the front of your message, then a space, and the WhatsApp number, which you can save to your phone, 08000 321 333. That's 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp with BBC at the start of your message, please, or we won't receive it. Bradford are going to have to defend with 10 players because Halliday has needed treatment and has gone off the pitch. The free kick. Is that about 30 yards? Probably.
Long way out the hit.
Bruno and Hall left of centre. Hall runs to the ball, then stops. Then runs onto it, drags it back for Bruno. He's going to hit this one. Well, he did put his foot through the ball that time, but it was rising and went over the top centre of the goal.
Yeah, better strike, wasn't it? But as you say, always rising high over the top of the crossbar.
Hall on his chest from the goal kick. Joelinton to Lewis Miley, still only 19, turned 19 in June. Miley made his 50th appearance for Newcastle. What an achievement by the age of 19 in the match at Bournemouth on Sunday. 2-0 up. Joelinton and Osula with 2 goals in 2 minutes earlier in this first half. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. Chow from right to left to Hall. A long way back from halfway, but on his way forwards with it now. Gordon on the touchline. Taken down by Byrne. You could see that coming from before Gordon received the ball. Burns come to close him down again. Gordon has drifted back into the Newcastle half. Bruno now to Chow, who's very assured, isn't he?
Yeah, he's comfortable on the ball, isn't he?
Up to Kraft, who had come inside, couldn't hold it though, couldn't control. Bradford away, a rare foray forwards. Bruno recovers possession. Chow, who just very much at ease, isn't he? 4 minutes minimum additional time at the end of the first half. 4 minutes. Bruno for Elanga. And Elanga took it away on the outside from Ibu Toure, the Gambian international left wing back, but then it hit Elanga and went out for this Bradford throw. Middle of their own half. Goes backwards. Osula close to winning it. Now goes to chase down a ball back to Kelly in the centre of defence, and it's a good, really accurate ball for Halliday, who's back on after treatment, high up on the right wing. Plays it off Hall. Bradford City win a corner. on the near side.
Good switch of play, wasn't it?
Newcastle got a new set-piece coach, Martin Mark. We've talked about him a few times, but it's Jason Tyndall who tends to take the lead on the touchline during set-pieces. He's at the corner of the technical area, and Mark is by the tunnel. Looks like he's chatting to other members of the coaching staff. Bradford take the corner. Elanga's won it, and Gordon looking to run, and it's smashed out of play by Lee to stop the counter-attack. It's interesting that the set pieces have come under some scrutiny this season for Newcastle, but there Bradford took one and it wasn't very good.
No.
But set pieces, it's not just attacking, it's defending. They are working on United with the new coach, who is an appointment from the summer. Elanga, they're on the right wing now. We've played 2 minutes of the minimum 4. Bruno, that's a nice ball through a gap to Miley. Over to Lewis Hall, chance to get a third before half-time. Bradford with lots of bodies back. Anthony Gordon maybe will take a couple on, instead rolls it forwards for Joe Linton. He's out on the left in the box, tries to chip it into Hall, it hit the defender, and some hopeful appeals from some supporters for handball. In the end, it's played off Lewis Hall by Bradford's Neil Byrne, and it's goal kick.
Yeah, it's been comfortable, hasn't it? It's been a difficult night for Bradford. They've found it hard to get out of their half. They haven't been able to keep the ball. There's just a difference in class at the moment, isn't there?
First meeting between the clubs since a pre-season friendly. We went to that one. Do you remember 2017 at Valley Parade? Rafa Benitez was in charge. Alexander Mitrovic, Dwight Gale, and there were 2 goals from Jacob Murphy not long after he joined Newcastle. He was one of the signings that summer after promotion. He's not in the squad tonight. Murphy has been carrying an Achilles injury. That was the last meeting 8 years ago in pre-season. Lewis Hall with a lovely turn, dragged the ball back and spun and got away from 2 players, one either side of him, and it drew the applause there as they lose it from the back. Newcastle. Chow with an uncharacteristic mistake, misplaced ball. Powers cross, and flicked on and turned behind by Kraft. Bradford have a corner kick right at the end of the first half, over on the left.
It's all too slow though, isn't it? They had the chance to break.
Ramsdale, about a yard off his line, no one on either post, right-footed in, swinging corner. Joe Linton got his head to the ball. It's gone back out for what should be another corner kick, but the referee says no time to take it. 30 seconds over the minimum 4 that were added. Goals from Joe Linton in the 17th minute and William Osula in the 19th give Newcastle a 2-0 lead at half-time over their opponents from League One, and it's that word again, John Anderson, comfortable.
Very. It's very comfortable. Obviously you scored 2 goals in the space of a couple of minutes and it gives you that cushion, but it has been comfortable. There's been a total difference in class. Bradford have worked hard, but Newcastle have just got too much quality for them, to be quite honest.
2 goals, Joe Linton to the bottom corner, and Osula's and again another good moment, big moment for him, played in and one-on-one with the keeper, no mistake.
Yeah, 2 good goals, 2 good finishes, finished them well. We're just too quick all over the pitch for Bradford, to be quite honest. And it could be a long second half for them playing down the hill, so
More of the same, please.
7 changes.
Don't have to take. The thing is, we don't have to take chances. You know, we don't have to do anything silly, anything rash. Just make sure you get through the game. Eddie Howe may well be thinking of making changes with Arsenal on the horizon on Sunday afternoon, but first half's been very, very comfortable.
7 changes again for Newcastle United, using the squad and leading at the break in the third round of the League Cup. The holders on their way to round 4. Newcastle United 2, Bradford City 0.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Hi, it's Matt here, and on the show this morning we gave away tickets to Newcastle United versus Bradford.
Yes, get in.
That was Dave who won them today. Don't worry, if you're a Newcastle United fan and you want to win more tickets, I've got some to give away ahead of the Arsenal game. Make sure you're listening on Friday. However, we are back tomorrow morning, and I'd like to know your double booking stories. Speaking of football, I've managed to book a visit to Santa's Grotto on the same day as the Sunderland Newcastle United derby. Possibly the worst double booking of all time. Can you beat it? I'll see you tomorrow.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6. Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride at St James's Park. 08000 321 333. Start your message, BBC, if you want to send us a WhatsApp with your thoughts on the first half. I'll run you through the other scores in just a moment. John Anderson has stayed with me. And Ando, after the second goal had gone in, I did think, you know, I was talking before the game about putting on a performance, getting a few goals. I thought they might run away with it for a little while there. They still might in the second half, of course.
Yeah. Look, the one thing you'd say is it's been very, very comfortable. You know, you score 2 goals in the space of a couple of minutes. It takes the steam out of Bradford, to be fair. It's been very, very comfortable. It's been difficult for Bradford to get out of their half of the pitch, Simon, and they just haven't had the quality to be able to keep the ball or ask any questions of us, to be quite honest.
The only problems that Newcastle have had have been ones of their own creation, really, at the back.
Yeah, there's a little sloppy once or twice, but you know, Bradford haven't got a great deal of pace up front. It's not as if they're going to run away from you either. But it's been a tough 45 minutes for Bradford. They've had to work very, very hard. They've been moved from side to side, and the pace of the front three has caused them all sorts of problems.
So second half, you think more of the same.
Yeah.
The changes will be. I think one more goal absolutely kills the game, doesn't it? And then
even a
he can make
2-0,
as many changes as he wants.
It
still feels safe.
Yeah, it's difficult to see how.
It's just if Bradford were to score one,
well, if they
changes
score,
the dynamic.
it may make it interesting. But if we continue doing what we've been doing, you would imagine that we could well get another couple in the second half.
Ando, you go and get your cup of tea.
Thank you.
This time bring me one.
I'll bring you one back.
Because you don't always. Thank you very much. So Ando's off for his half-time refreshment. Do get in touch if you have any thoughts, and remember you'll have time after the final whistle as well. This is a message that has come all the way from Sydney, Australia. Enjoying the service, lads. Listening with my Shearer shirt on. Shout out to Anya, who is a big Newcastle fan and will be listening. So I'm not sure who's actually sent the message, but whoever it is wants to give a shout out to Anya, which I'm quite happy to do. What about the other matches then, which are taking place in the EFL Cup this evening? Well, it's not really looking as though any shocks are on the cards. There are 4 big boys in action against lower league sides, basically, and elsewhere it's Huddersfield 0, Manchester City 1. Phil Foden on the score sheet again for City. He got their goal after 18 minutes. Spurs are looking comfortable at home to Doncaster Rovers. They lead by 2 goals to 0. João Palhinha getting the first on 14 minutes, and then just 3 minutes later an own goal from Jay McGrath has doubled their advantage. So Spurs lead by 2 goals to 0. And at Vale Park, it's Port Vale 0, Arsenal 1. That one kicked off at 8 o'clock, so they're not yet at half time there. But Eberiche Eze has scored for Arsenal in the first half there, so they lead by a goal to 0. Lots of games taking place in the Europa League this evening, including one involving Sunderland's opponents at the weekend, Nottingham Forest, who are going well so far at Real Betis. Despite going a goal behind, Igor Jesus has scored twice for Forest, so they lead Betis by 2-1 away from home. Celtic are also playing in the Europa League this evening. They are away at Red Star, and that one is goalless currently. Now, in the Women's League Cup, all of our teams, all three of them, are in action. It's Durham 1, Sheffield United 1, and that one is coming towards the end, just about 10 minutes left of that one, and Durham went behind before an own goal got them level just before half time. And it's also drawing to a close at Liverpool Sunderland, and Sunderland are being well beaten there by 4-0. It was 3-0 at half time, so Sunderland are on their way to defeat this evening. Newcastle United are away at Forest, and it's half time in that one, and it is goalless. So that's you up to date with everything else which is going on in terms of the other football, and of course I'll give you all the full-time scores as well when this match here has ended. We'll give you the story of the day's cricket in a moment, but a bit more football for you first, because Gateshead suffered a Derby defeat last night, a very disappointing result for them, their 5th defeat in 6 games. Hartlepool left at International Stadium with a 1-0 win. However, one positive was midfielder Jacob Butterfield, who had a brief spell as joint interim manager with Greg Ollie last season, you might remember. He started his first league game since last November after finally recovering from a very troublesome knee injury. And he had a chat to BBC Radio Newcastle's Colin White after the game.
Great to be back playing, definitely. You know, that's what I've done my whole life, you know. Dedicated my life to the game, to try to be a footballer, to be as good as I can be. So, you know, when you're injured for a long time, basically a full season out, you know, sort of across 2. Yeah, great to be back on the pitch. Felt good. Still got to find that sharpness, that real rhythm. But no, great to be back on the pitch. Disappointed to lose the game, obviously. You know, we're going through it at the minute. You know, we spoke about that yesterday. I felt like performance-wise was a big step in the right direction. I felt there was lots of good stuff. Still stuff to do better, of course, but, you know, I felt like the first time being on the pitch to see what it feels like and stuff, and, you know, I felt like there was a lot there. So, yeah, we'll keep focusing on the performances, and the results will come if we can maintain and improve, you know, some of the stuff that we've done tonight. So,
because it feels like a team, you said about sharpness and rhythm, it feels like a team that needs a rhythm.
Yeah, no, for sure, yeah, bang on. I think, you know, it's not been as good as it could be this year, with a lot of stuff, you know, huge turnover from when I joined the club to what it was in the summer, you know, completely different. I've been through 2 managers and the whole, you know, players leaving. It's never easy, you know, you feel like you're in constant rebuild and never laying foundations, building, and then retaining best players, building, kicking on again. You know, it's constant rebuild. Not easy for any team to do that. I feel like we've managed to put a good squad together, really good, and then the injuries come, and then I'm, you know, slightly longer coming back. So, you know, look, we haven't been able to play our strongest 11 all season. You know, that's difficult for any club on a small budget. You know, you're going to suffer a little bit for that. Some of the lads that have come into the squad have done really well at times. You know, some of the players done really well tonight. There's some good performances, and they're improving. The young players that are playing, you know, they're not always hitting the top levels, but you can see getting better. So that's positive, and I do feel like as the season goes on, we'll get stronger.
That was Jacob Butterfield speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle's Colin White after a defeat last night for Gateshead. Let's take you on to the cricket then, and it's a massively important week for Durham's cricketers. And, well, David Bedingham has helped keep their Division 1 survival hopes alive on day 1 of their final county championship match of the season against Yorkshire, which is taking place at Headingley. Day 1 took place today, and Durham had a dreadful start, but thanks in a great part to Bedingham, they did recover. Martin Emerson has all the details.
Durham chose to bat but lost both openers in the first 5 overs. David Beddingham then came to the rescue, putting on 101 runs for the 4th wicket with Will Rhodes. Rhodes was out for 50, but Beddingham batted throughout much of the rest of the day, facing 195 balls before falling for 93. Ben Rain then scored 87 in an unbroken stand of 77 with Matty Potts, as Durham closed the day on 322 for 7.
Well, we can now hear from the man who did a bit of damage with the bat today, David Beddingham.
I think the way it started, I think we definitely would have taken that. I think they bowled excellently all day. I don't think they missed much, but for Potty and Rainey to show that fight at the end and almost counter-attack like that just shows you that we're still in the game. I think I've struggled a bit this season, so it was actually quite nice feeling in control for most of the innings. I think I'm obviously happy with 93, but I think the way I felt, I would have liked to still be batting. But that's kind of how it's gone this year for me personally, where I felt good for most parts, but just found ways to get out, especially with that shot. So yeah, obviously happy with 93, but I'd obviously like more.
So play will resume tomorrow morning at 10:30, ball-by-ball commentary via the BBC Sport website and app with Martin Emerson. On Friday evening we'll have commentary of the Newcastle Red Bulls' first game of the Rugby Prem season. They're up against Saracens, and Director of Rugby Steve Diamond says he's hoping for a sellout in that game on Friday. Total Sport will be live from Kingston Park on Friday evening. Steve Diamond has been having a chat to our Rugby Union commentator Dean Gray.
I think people will vote with their feet. You know, it's not by coincidence that we had 9,100 plus the last game, and I think, Smithy, we're not far off. We're overselling that at the minute, aren't we? We sold more than 9,100 at the moment to come in this weekend. So
the ground will be pretty much full.
The ground will be pretty much full, yeah. And our job as a rugby side of the business is we have the product on the field, but what Red Bull bring is that razzmatazz and that marketing expertise around that, you know, the DJs, the atmosphere, people staying late, the dwell time after the games. I noticed it like 2 weeks ago, people staying after the games a lot longer. And that's down to not just the rugby, that's down to the atmosphere that's created on the run up to the game and the night. And you know, I sat before the kick-off against Quins, and I actually thought to myself, and I've not been to any of the massive games what Quins do at Twickenham or Sarries do at the Tottenham Stadium, but for the first outing, I don't think anybody at Kingston Park had seen anything like it, if I'm honest. And say I'm a newbie, I'm an infant in the Newcastle line. You know, people who've been here, man and boy, were really impressed with what was delivered on the night.
That was Steve Diamond speaking to Dean Gray. It'll be Ian Smith, a voice from the past, with commentary on Friday evening. So the second half will be getting underway shortly here at St James's Park. So far so good for Newcastle United. Razor and Ando coming up next.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Back to Bruno, edge of the box. Now for Gordon to hit. Blocked on the way through. Joelinton! Bottom corner from Joelinton. Newcastle patient passing around the penalty area, and it found its way to the Brazilian, who found the bottom left corner of the Bradford City net. And in the 17th minute, it's 1-0 to Newcastle United. Joelinton to Miley, room and runners. Bruno through for Osula. William Osula! That's his big moment, and he takes it. Slipped in by the pass, one-on-one with the keeper right-hand side of the penalty box, and William Osula is Newcastle's leading goal scorer this season with 2 after the one he got against Liverpool. Followed it up tonight, right-footed finish, and in the space of 2 minutes they have delivered 2 goals to open up a lead over Bradford City. On BBC Radio Newcastle, it's Newcastle United 2, Bradford City 0.
Total Sport North East.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Second half has just kicked off. Newcastle no changes. 2-0 is the score. And they were the goals in the first 45. black and white stripes against the visitors, who are all in pink tonight, and United shooting towards the Gallagher end in the second half and trying to get in behind already, and they are, with Elanga and space to come into the box. Elanga on the right wins a corner. It was possibly a cross, seemed to come off the back of his foot, maybe his heel.
Yeah, he got in behind too easy, didn't he? Little ball played in behind.
The corner on the right, and we'll check on the two 11s that are playing. Bruno back to Elanga, space to deliver, a good ball, and it's a header from Joelinton that's at the near post area from about 7 or 8 yards out, that goes wide. I don't know if it came off his shoulder.
Chance.
It's a goal kick.
Yeah, chance to make it 3.
Bradford change at half-time. Newcastle, no changes. Ramsdale, Kraft, Chow, Botman, Hall, Bruno, Miley, Joelinton, Elanga and Gordon in the wide positions. Osula up front. Bradford have brought on Anthony Sarcevic, goal-scoring midfielder, the player who got them promoted with his goal on the final day of last season, and he has replaced Nick Powell. So Bradford, Sam Walker in between the posts. The back line, Matthew Pennington, Neil Byrne, Kieran Kelly. 4 across the middle, Brad Halliday, Max Power, Tommy Lee, who's on the ball now, facing his own goal, and Ibu Toure, and Anthony Sarcevic, Bobby Poynton either side of Stephen Humphreys in attack. Joelinton with a header from the Bradford ball forwards. Emil Kraft to Aaron Ramsdale, back to Kraft in the corner, turns up the line. Joelinton's pass inside towards Elanga, and it's intercepted. United on the bench tonight, very well stocked in reserve. Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, Tonali, Barnes, Livramento, Voltemada, Willock, Alex Murphy. Bradford bench, Hilton the goalkeeper, Wright, Neufville, Cook, the Bishop Auckland born striker, who's a big Newcastle, big Alan Shearer fan in particular. McIntyre, Wright, Metcalf and Lapsley. Sven Botman to Joelinton, looking for Lewis Miley. Almost got away from him, but he pushes it back to Ramsdale in the D. Now on to Chow. What's the mission for the second half, John Anderson, in terms of...
Just keep doing what they're doing.
But also in terms of players' minutes and thinking ahead to Sunday.
Yeah, I think that'll be in Eddie Howe's mind as well. He would probably like a third goal, an early third goal, and then he can make the changes. He can take 1 or 2 off, rest their legs up for important league game on Sunday against Arsenal.
That's a match you'll be able to hear live right here on BBC Radio Newcastle, as every Newcastle United match is 4:30 on Sunday for the Arsenal game. Ramsdale, former Arsenal player. Chow to Kraft from the pass out from goalkeeper Ramsdale. Quick one up the line, Kelly sliding, stretching, just diverted it out. Behind him was Elanga, ready to run. Seven changes made by Eddie Howe tonight. Bruno and Kraft, 2 of them, have the ball following the throw. They've each picked up a ball ready to take the next throw. Bruno's left it for Kraft. Joelinton received it. It's played away. And Chow up towards Osula. Oh, Gordon had it and was about to either shoot or play Bruno in one-on-one. And the referee brought it back for a foul by Osula. They are frustrated there, Newcastle. Lewis Hall wins a header from the Bradford forward pass. And Byrne back to his goalkeeper. High clearance from Walker. Bradford have got it in midfield. Now they've played up the right wing. Here's Humphreys holding off Chow. That might have been a foul, but nothing given by referee Thomas Kirk. He's now upset Bradford. Osula helping it on to Gordon. And William Osula stayed out wide left as Gordon comes into the centre. Bruno onto Kraft and inside to Gordon. Anthony Gordon shot, goalkeeper spills and gathers before anybody can get to the rebound.
Yeah, he got a little bit fortunate, the keeper. That could have got away from him.
Bit of trivia for you, or just something that's new in the League Cup this season. The sleeve patches. It's the 65th year of the League Cup, so to mark that, the clubs who've won it will have the number of times they've won it as part of their sleeve patch. But Newcastle United as holders wear gold patch on one of their sleeves as a nod to their success at Wembley last year. So they are wearing that kit with the gold sleeve patch for the first time in their return to the competition. Tino Livramento is instructed to warm up. 52nd minute, 2-0 the score. Kieran Trippier goes to join him up the touchline. Here's Emil Kraft, he's overrun it. Ibu Toure for Bradford inside and then back outside into space for Point, and Kraft goes to close down. Pointed on the outside. Oh, that's a great ball in. Great ball in to the far post, and Humphreys with the header straight at Ramsdale. But Poynton's had a couple of moments where he's looked dangerous and he got room and delivered a terrific ball.
It's the best moment of the game for them, isn't it?
Comfortable for Ramsdale in the end.
Comfortable save, but they haven't had too many. That's probably been the highlight of it so far for them.
Kraft back to Chow. Harvey Barnes warming up as well for United. Subs wearing blue bibs. Gordon. Sula makes what looked like a decent run out to the left and then behind the defender. Ball didn't come. Hall back to Botman and Miley on the halfway line, being pursued there by Sarcevic, who's got 3 goals this season. Got a penalty scored in the win at Cardiff on Saturday. Elanga inside to Gordon, and Gordon gets away from the defender and inside now to Bruno. Plenty of bodies back. Good ball outside of the right boot from Bruno onto Joelinton, then Hall's overlap and a flick. Oh, that would have been a glorious goal. Bruno Guimaraes outside of the right boot, flicked it towards the near top corner and it clipped the angle. So close.
Yeah, good move again, wasn't it? They just can't live with the pace. Hall makes that overlap. Good little ball, hits the outside of the post.
Graham Alexander, Bradford's manager, was asked about the differences between the Football League, League One and the Premier League, and he said it's speed of thought and action as well, and there, like you said, Newcastle just too quick in what they do.
Yeah, everything they've done's just been quicker than Bradford. Bradford they've worked hard, they've chased, but they just haven't got the quality that we've got.
They're a club with very committed and passionate supporters who are still making a lot of noise, but the first half goals from Joelinton and then William Osula have Newcastle in a 2-0 lead. And it's gone out off Gordon on the far side. Joelinton in midfield to Bruno, on to Gordon. Osula runs ahead and Elanga played in the middle. Anthony Elanga for his first Newcastle goal. No, saved at the near post by Sam Walker, who
should score though, shouldn't he?
And kept himself big. It's going to be a corner kick.
Should score though. Little ball played in, just too quick. That's a big chance.
Initially got a nudge from the defender, but he was able to take control of the ball, and as he got closer to the goal line, was going further away from the post, the keeper came out and made the block. Elanga takes the corner back to Bruno, corner of the area, back up the line for Elanga, first time cross, Joe Linton heads it back into the middle, Botman, Chow trying to make something of it and turn, and it's away, and there's a free kick given away by William Osula. Two chances there, two good moments. Bruno, that would have been a fantastic way to extend the lead, and then Elanga, as John Anderson said, should score, but they started the second half. Would you say more of the same?
It's
the pattern of the match.
The pattern's exactly the same as what we've seen in the first half. It's just at will, isn't it?
Bradford might have an opportunity here on the right edge of the area. Here's Toure in the box, and he goes for the near top corner. It didn't bend in towards goal. It's wide.
That's the difference.
It's well carried and set up, but the shot off.
The difference, though, isn't it? It's rushed. Comes off the outside of his left boot. It's always drifting wide. What a decent moment for them, though.
Ball at the feet of Malik Chow. 2 starts, 2 substitute appearances for the German. In a Newcastle shirt. He's given it to Ramsdale, who had drifted over to the left side of the penalty box. Botman with the ball, now Joe Linton and Miley on the turn, deep in midfield to Bruno. Over to Kraft, Elanga up the line, Kraft on the inside towards Gordon, who turns, got Hall free and picks out Lewis Hall. It was nicely done by Gordon and others, and Kraft on it again. It could come wide right to Elanga, and it does. Level with the box. Elanga inside to Kraft in the area, tries to move it just a couple of yards inside to Bruno, but it's blocked, and then a Bradford clearance stopped by Elanga, and it's a goal kick.
Yeah, it's taken on exactly the same pattern as the first half.
Tino Livramento appears to be coming on, as does Kieran Trippier, and it might be the 2 fullbacks who come off in a straight swap. Eddie Howe said Lewis Hall was fatigued at Bournemouth, but they had to leave him on. Decided to make other changes, and Emil Kraft's first appearance of the season. But we'll see. Livramento and Trippier might be getting ready. Barnes is there as well. Bruno, a flick on the turn. That's nice skill. It's smashed out of play by Kelly. Throw taken, and Chow to Kraft and back again. Livramento ready to come on. Bradford are going to make changes too. Newcastle lead by 2-0. Chow into midfield to Joe Linton, who lets it run. Osula makes the move to the right. Joe Linton into the middle through the legs of his man Bruno to Elanga in the penalty area. Elanga, Kraft on the outside, takes a touch, back to Bruno, then Elanga again, and now Kraft are moving it, trying to move the Bradford defence, working the ball. Miley to Bruno, forced away from the box, up to Kraft on the touchline. Elanga to Miley, Kraft again, inside to Elanga, on to Miley, who could turn, gives it to Gordon, and Elanga, lots of little touches, short passes. They try to create the third goal. Elanga to Gordon, through for Miley, they're in. Lewis Miley turns in the box, hangs up across, Joe Linton comes and heads it wide.
Another chance.
Kieran Trippier on for Emil Kraft in the first change, and the second change is Tino Livramento, introduced in place of Lewis Hall, who's on his way over. So 60 minutes for Kraft and Hall, and Trippier and Livramento are brought on by Eddie Howe. And this is a nice moment for Bradford. Andy Cook, 34 years of age, from Bishop Auckland, sustained an ACL injury, anterior cruciate ligament in his knee, the serious one. He's just back. He scored twice on his return. He's a Newcastle United fan, big Newcastle fan, and a huge player for Bradford. Got 15 goals last season before his injury. He's coming on in one of 3 changes, and they're taking Kieran Kelly off. The numbers board is up and there are no numbers on it. And they're having a bit of a nightmare there. Stephen Humphreys is coming off as well for Bradford. And the other player leaving the pitch is Brad Halliday. And coming on, Tyreek Wright, Josh Neufville and Andy Cook. Josh Neufville played for Wimbledon at St James's Park in the 3rd round last season and made the move to Bradford in the summer. Goal kick over to the near side, and Toure looking for Poynton, who's tried to climb and chest the ball down. It's gone out. Chow to Trippier. 63 minutes. Gordon on the halfway line. Joelinton to Livramento, straight into the action. Livramento overhit through ball for Osula into the hands of the keeper. They were applauded by the coaching staff for that move, but might well have led to the 3rd goal. Bradford long ball up the pitch, and Cook is offside. Botman to Joelinton, first time back to Livramento. Here's Gordon. Slightly behind the halfway line, Anthony Gordon.
Oh, great ball.
To Bruno, right side of central midfield. Bruno with another nutmeg on Lee. It's run for Livramento. And he goes wide out to Joelinton this time. On to Gordon in the penalty area. Gordon. Oh, he stood on the ball. And Neufville clears. Forwards by Newcastle, on by Livramento. Gordon. Corner of the penalty box. Anthony Gordon, low shot, comfortable save.
Didn't get hold of it, did he? Daisy cutter straight into the keeper's hands.
Fill up the line, and Sarcevic gets it back close to the goal line, but Sven Botman stands up and uses his size to win the challenge, and the ball is actually behind for a goal kick. Trippier to Elanga, middle of their half. Barnes and Baltamada on a warm-up. Joelinton to Elanga, and they've got space here on the left. Quickly moved on to Gordon. Bradford get players back. Gordon straight to a pink shirt, and Neufville tries to run Lewis Miley but can't. And here's Gordon. He wants to go up the other end, and he's on his way. Anthony Gordon inside, sends in the cross. Osula! Oh no! Osula! It went back the way it came rather than towards the goal.
What a ball that is. What a ball in by Gordon. Straight onto his head, and he heads it straight back to him. Oh dear. It's an awful header, isn't it?
Went out well wide for a goal kick. That's a shame. He could have had his second of the night, Osula. Baltamada getting instructions as he warms up from a member of the Newcastle staff there. Still trying to create the third goal, and it's Gordon, or is it Osula? It's hooked out as they were right at the edge of the Bradford defensive line from the chip pass from Elanga. Neither could quite get it, and it's a throw near the corner flag. 25 minutes remaining on BBC Radio Newcastle. We'll be with you till 10 tonight. We'll try to bring you a post-match interview if we get it in time. When it's a Premier League fixture, there are lots of post-match interviews for the managers to do, but not so much for the early rounds of the League Cup, so we might get to speak to Eddie Howe quite soon after the final whistle, and you can hear that on BBC Radio Newcastle. If not, search for Newcastle United podcast on BBC Sounds. Miley on the right, back to Trippier. 2-0 the score. Joe Linton and Osula in the first half. Trippier back to Botman. Total Sport will return tomorrow night at 6 for a more considered look at the match. All the latest from Newcastle and from Sunderland. You can have your say as well. Total Sport North East on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds every weeknight from 6, or catch up on any show you've missed at any time through the BBC Sounds app. We're going to see Nick Voltemade. He'll fancy a couple of goals, won't he, Voltemade? Back himself to get them. They've created chances, Ando, haven't they, in the second half? Quite a few.
Yeah.
Trippier, Elanga could be played in. Elanga from Trippier's pass. Osula in the middle. Miley just behind Elanga. Receives it back to Trippier. It's into the centre to Bruno. Chow. And Trippier. And Miley, and Gordon turns edge of the area, then sidesteps the defender. Anthony Gordon drags the shot wide. And he's disappointed.
That's a point that we've made many a time, you know, when he's played centre forward, when he's played through the middle. The amount of chances he needs to score a goal. I mean, he's had 3 or 4 decent chances tonight.
Anthony Elanga gets a standing ovation. He's coming off, and so too is Gordon. Not had loads of football, did play for England, and then played in the Champions League, scoring against Barcelona. But he's back and fully available for Eddie Howe. He's had 70 minutes just about, as has Elanga. So Harvey Barnes comes on for him. Voltemade in the centre, Osula on the right, and Barnes on the left would be my expectation, and it looks that way. Any other League Cup ties? Nothing's changed. Huddersfield 0, Man City 1, Tottenham Hotspur 2, Doncaster Rovers 0, and Arsenal in the 8 o'clock kickoff, still 1-0 up at Port Vale. Osula now on the right wing, receives it from Trippier, facing his own goal, places it inside to Bruno. Now Trippier drags it back and up the line, but it's gone out. Lee with a quick throw to Poynton, controls it, and his cross into the middle is volleyed clear by Chow. Osula takes a touch, and the referee says it was handball. Handball, left in line probably with the side of the penalty area, 30 yards out. It's, finished his goal well, William Osula. He's had some good moments and some frustrating ones like that. Every Newcastle player is defending. It's a one-man wall. It's Harvey Barnes, Bruno with a Bradford player on the edge of the area as it's lifted in. Voltemade's header. It's on the far side with Toure. Now Power just outside the box, got a chance to hit, and he does, and it rises high and over the top.
Yeah. Always rising.
Aaron Ramsdale out to Malik Chow. Trippier back to the defender. And Voltemade, he's dropped in deep and whipped it round the corner for Bruno. Up the line, Osula to get after it, but a sliding challenge comes in from Toure. Clean one, it's a throw.
Good tackle.
And Voltemade showing more of what we've seen from him so far with the link-up play. Bruno and Trippier here, man on for Bruno, back to Chow. Smiley from Harvey Barnes' pass, and Miley on it again, behind the halfway line on the far side. Newcastle lead 2-0. Chow, Osula drops in to get it, plays it forwards to Trippier, who lets it roam with a step over. Osula chases, and Voltemade goes to close down the keeper. Header from Joelinton in midfield. Power heads it back. Tyrick Wright, one of the Bradford subs, up the line but given away. And Barnes on to Livramento. Left-footed cross, just couldn't reach Voltemade. Trippier's got it edge of the box. Bruno might deliver. Goes wide to Trippier. Osula in the penalty area. Back out to Trippier. Then to Bruno, and inside to Miley. He's stretching and he's caught his man. Free kick given against Lewis Miley for that challenge.
Yeah, he was just stretching, wasn't he? Just caught him on the top of the foot.
73 minutes. The League Cup final, by the way, Sunday the 22nd of March at Wembley. That's the same weekend as the derby at St James's Park. So just one to keep an eye on. They'll have a big game that weekend. It's a long way ahead. Sunderland not in the League Cup. They were knocked out by Huddersfield in the last round. But Newcastle at the end of March. It's a week later than last season's final, which was on the 16th of March. Plan ahead for fixtures, and just worth penciling that one in. You never know. And they're looking good for round 4. Draw made after the 8 o'clock kickoff. Port Vale Arsenal. So it's coming up tonight. Bradford back to the keeper, and Walker with a long pass out to the right, and Tyrick Wright tries to head it on, but it's gone for throw. Miley to Chow, and Trippier. That's another touch of the ball. Over to Botman. Sven Botman, 2 starts, Sando in a few days.
Yeah.
And hang on, here's Bruno. Come back to that thought about Botman. Into the penalty area on the left, back to goal. Bruno could lay it off. It's Joelinton, surely 3, yeah! Joelinton, second of the night, set up by Bruno. And scored in the first half, he scored in the second. 75 minutes, Newcastle United 3, Bradford City 0.
Yeah, just too easy, isn't it? Just too easy.
Joelinton celebrates, went straight to him. His compatriot, his big mate Bruno, who made the midfield run up the left. Could have played it to Voltemade or Barnes, edge of the area, but Joelinton went untracked through the middle and had a lot of goal to aim at.
Yeah, he just walked in there, didn't he? Just drifted in there. Nobody tracked him. Good pick out, good finish.
So Newcastle lead 3-0 here. Another goal for Manchester City, who are 2-0 up at Huddersfield through Sabinho. 15 minutes to play. It's difficult, isn't it, to... hang on, referee's blown his whistle as Bradford are about to kick off. There's a problem somewhere, and I don't know what it is. Thomas Kirk is walking over to the near side. I think he's saying that is it his headset? Is there a problem with communication, or something's not right? Bruno's come to the referee, who's on the near side of the pitch. Bruno picks up a water bottle. Thomas Kirk's looking at one of his watches. He's now taking one of them off. I don't know if that's his time keeping device, or is it his goal line technology. The assistant referee from the far side of the pitch is Andrew Fox. He's come across and he's having to take some of his wearable technology, is that what they call it, off, and have something new put on. Must be for communications. I think it's sorted now. Referee comes into the middle and the assistant runs back over, so a delay ahead of kick-off. Bradford wanting to restart the match. They're going to make further change. 78 minutes on BBC Radio Newcastle, 3-0 to United. Tyreek Wright. They've lost it. William Osula charging forward. Osula's got so much pace. He slipped it through for Baltimore in the penalty area. He picks out Joelinton. Unselfish to Bruno, and it's saved. Joelinton might well have gone for goal and gone for his hat-trick, but they worked it across to Bruno. Barnes was in there as well, and Bruno's shot with the outside of his right foot is saved. Osula was taken down outside the box after he played it. Hang on, Bradford having an attack here, and it's Neufville. His cross is stopped by Newcastle. Miley's clearance is blocked. Oh, what a goal! What a goal! Andy Cook has scored. The Newcastle United fan, on as a substitute after they tried to clear and it was blocked, has hit one, cracked it off the underside of the bar and in. What a proud moment for the 34-year-old. The black and white in the pink of Bradford tonight. A Bradford City hero has scored at St James's Park, the home of the club that he supports. It might not make a difference, but what a goal. Newcastle United 3, Bradford City 1.
Some strike, isn't it? we try to play out from the back. As a young Miley gives it away on the edge of his own penalty area. Torn and hit. Dear oh dear. Ramsdale's got no chance. Some strike.
Oh, they've taken off defender Neil Byrne and replaced him with Tom McIntyre, who's on loan from Portsmouth. Should have been 4-0 though, just before.
Yeah, should have scored, shouldn't he? Yeah.
Well, that's special for Cook and for Bradford. Newcastle still with a 2-goal cushion. Good job they got the third goal. Now they should be much further ahead, and Eddie Howe will be annoyed that they've lost the clean sheet. Here's Baltimore onto Bruno, and now Osula, who's had some good runs up the right wing. There's another one into Baltimore. He's surrounded by pink shirts, but he's held the ball and brought in Trippier just outside the box. Trippier plays it against Bradford man. It's on the line, kept in on the touchline, and now Miley to Bruno. Baltimore stretching, can't reach it. And Toure away. Chow forwards. Trippier to Bruno. And Chow back to Botman. Livramento could have it, and it's sent over to the far side for the fullback. Joelinton to Barnes. Livramento carrying on his forward run. Barnes to Joelinton on the left wing. Livramento in the box, outnumbered, and it's cleared. Up to Cook. Botman at his back. No foul. Play on. Chow to Trippier on the halfway line. Miley gets it in between Bradford players. Voltemada brings it back, gives it to Miley. To the right to Trippier, and now Bruno. Inside to Voltemada, back to Bruno. Miley to Trippier. Voltemada tries to lay it off. Can't do so. And max power for Bradford. Here is Neufville. Challenged by Joelinton. They both get back up. Bradford keep possession. Away fans are dreaming. Back in it at 3-1, potentially. If they can make anything of this, then they will be back in it. Ibu Toure doesn't cross, goes up the line to Tyreek Wright. He sends it in. Oh, missed by Chow and put out by Botman. There are 2 balls on the pitch. Up one of the 2 balls, and he will just drop it into space next to the Bradford left wing back Ibu Toure. Back to Max Power. Wright's header pointed on his chest, then on the outside of Trippier. Wright with a chance to deliver a cross. He's gone down under a challenge.
Offside.
The flag is up, and Newcastle probably would have given away a free kick right on the corner of the box next to the goal line.
Yeah, they'd be happy with that flag went up.
7.5 minutes of the 90 remaining on BBC Radio Newcastle. Should the unlikely happen and Bradford get 2 more goals and take it to 3-3, we're straight to penalties. No extra time. And on BBC Radio Newcastle, we will be with you till 10 to discuss the match. Send us a text message, 81333, start it with BBC. Voltemada to Bruno, lots of runners. Livramento, now Barnes is offside in the middle. Livramento's cross, Barnes is there, and it's wide. And the flag comes up anyway.
He looked a mile off, didn't he?
I'm not sure Osula was coming in back post, but I don't know if he would have reached it. Long ball forwards. Aaron Ramsdale's got it. Arsenal at home on Sunday, and on Friday morning, BBC Radio Newcastle's breakfast show with Matt Bailey. We'll have tickets to give away to that match. A pair of home tickets for Newcastle Arsenal. Listen to Matt Bailey at breakfast on BBC Radio Newcastle. Here go United, looking for a fourth with Barnes curling a shot wide from just inside the area.
Another chance. Good play by Voltemada. Opens his body up, doesn't he? He just tries to bend it in that far corner. Just doesn't get enough on it.
He just plays nice passes, doesn't he? But often intelligent passes. Picks up good positions. I like watching him. It's early days, and it's very different to what was there before, and very different to Johan Wissa, who will be coming back in soon, hopefully in
he likes
the game after the international break. That's their target, Brighton away.
He likes to drop, doesn't he? He likes to drop into that hole, more of a 10 position. Held up again. What's going on? We're going to be here till midnight with the referees.
Yeah, there is somebody helping the assistant. It's again the assistant on the far side with his headset. There's a band around his left bicep, but it's like a sleeve. There's a pocket, and that's where they put the receiver for the communications, and the wire is fed up into the earpiece. And I don't know if it came loose or it wasn't working again, but
great header.
Chow, big header forwards. Voltemada unable to get there, but Barnes has found him now. And Big Nick brings it down, holds off to in pink, Trippier to Osula. In a good spot on the right wing, up to Bruno in the area. Bruno's cross, half cleared. Joelinton, could he get a hat-trick? Joelinton, it's blocked! It's a big block from McIntyre, the sub. It's still alive. Barnes's cross is diverted away. Bradford head it clear. Imagine a Joelinton hat-trick. That would be something, wouldn't it? Scores more goals from midfield than when he played as a centre-forward, hasn't he? Miley, positive run. Voltemada just inside the area. Barnes, across goal. It's in for Osula. William Osula's got his second of the night. Joelinton with two, and now Osula. And they got in on the Bradford left. Barnes across in towards the back post, and Osula coming in from what looked like pretty much on the line, lifted it into the top of the net. Barnes took the keeper out with his pass. Walker couldn't get there. Osula did. I think he's done well since going out wide right, and he has his second goal tonight, his third of the season. Top scorer again. Newcastle United 4, Bradford City 1, 88th minute.
Yeah, good play again. They just moved it left. Great little ball across goal by Barnes. Wright doesn't react to it though, and Osula's got an easy tap in at the back post. 2 for him on the night.
Alex Murphy's going to come on. This is nice for him. It will be his third competitive senior appearance. The Irish defender, left-sided defender, who is 21 years of age, played twice as a sub in the Premier League 2 seasons ago against Chelsea and Sheffield United. And now Alex Murphy on for Sven Botman, who just gets a breather, doesn't appear to be injured. And standing ovation for Botman, a real crowd favourite. A fully fit Sven Botman is a major strength, isn't it, for Eddie Howe and Newcastle?
Oh, he's a top player. You want to keep him fit, of course you do. You know, I thought he played well at Bournemouth at the weekend, and he hasn't really broke sweat tonight, to be quite honest.
Murphy's gone in at centre-back next to Chow. He played quite a lot in pre-season at full-back and at centre-back. Had a loan spell in League One, where Bradford now play, with Bolton second half of last year. Voltemada to Bruno. There's lots of movement up ahead, options, possibilities. Barnes trying to get in, it's blocked. Livramento takes charge. Then Barnes and Livramento getting one another's way. Bradford, everybody bar Cook behind the ball. Bruno as Voltemada drops in, and Voltemada has it. Miley wide to Trippier on this near side. Could they get a hat-trick goal for either Osula or Joelinton, or will Voltemada get one? Nice turn. Voltemada linking up edge of the area with Bruno after he turned and fed the skipper. Almost got it back.
Great feet, hasn't he, for such a big man?
He's quite graceful, isn't he, in the way that he moves.
Glides, doesn't he?
Not clumsy,
no,
or any, I don't know, or awkward in any. I think he'd be awkward, definitely to mark, but he's always in control and measured with the ball. Final 30 seconds of the 90 minutes. 4-1 Newcastle United. Round 4 draw later tonight. Barnes to Livramento. See if they can get a fifth. They should have had one by now. Voltemada backing in the box, holds it. The defender gets a boot onto the ball, given away to Barnes, edge of the area. Trippier, will he hit it? No. Osula inside the box, twisting, turning, threatening to do something. Miley, 6 minutes minimum additional time. Joelinton for Livramento, and forwards off Voltemada into the hands of the keeper. BBC Radio Newcastle. We'd like your messages on WhatsApp as well, please. 08000 321 333. That's 08000 321 333. Start your message with the letters BBC. It's at Newcastle's defensive end of the pitch with Chow and Alex Murphy. Barnes with a run from Joelinton up the left wing, 20 yards out, back inside to Barnes. Osula wants it on the near side. Voltemada goes up the line, still on the left. They didn't switch it for Osula. Voltemada's carried it and passed it back to Miley. Now Trippier, Bruno. And it's come for Osula, but Bruno says no, leave it for him. So skipper's got it in the corner. Back up the line to Trippier. Miley here, turns. And it's a short pass to Kieran Trippier, near to the touchline. Back inside for Miley and Chow. Murphy is infield, gets it next to the centre spot. 4-1 up. Barnes running at Neufville. Comes back to Murphy, inside to Chow and Trippier and Osula wide. William Osula gets it. Good skill, gets away from two. Very nice feet from Osula. And they've kept possession. Trippier to Bruno, who's shown good skill to get away from Cook. Voltemada back to Bruno. Still Bruno in the area. Bruno, is there a finish? Oh, almost. Got the shot off left-footed. It was great ability, but just wide.
Yeah, they want the final whistle, don't they, Bradford? They just want to pack up and get out of here. 4-1, but it could have been an awful lot more.
Oh, he's so close, Bruno, with that one. Terrific skill. Another four around him. He got it through the legs of one of them and just across goal and wide. He could still get a fifth. There's 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. I don't think Bradford were pleased to see 6 minutes on the numbers board, were they? Alex Murphy heads away after Bradford head on. Collected now by the visitors, who've got Blackpool at home next, managed by Steve Bruce. Our Blackpool, third bottom of League One. Again. Barnes, Livramento, second half sub, but he's always got plenty of energy. He's got loads left, having entered midway through the second period. He moves over to the right to Trippier, into the path of Osula, tries to find some space, turns back to Trippier, 30 yards out, inside to Chow. Forward ball to Bruno, neatly taken down. Voltemada wants it. Bruno sidesteps the defender. Voltemada looked to play it back to Bruno, who'd continued moving on into the box, and it's away. 4-1 Newcastle lead. Manchester City are through, as expected. 2-0 win at Huddersfield. Joelinton from Alex Murphy's pass. 2 minutes to go. Miley for Trippier. Osula's got space. The ball comes to Danish forward. Back to Trippier. Scooped into the box to Bruno. Helped across the penalty area to Barnes. Well taken down by Barnes at full stretch. Had to get up high, chest it. Now Cook. Stopped by Alex Murphy up the line. From the young defender's pass, Bradford send it away again. Murphy then towards Joelinton. He's done well twice there defensively. On to Barnes. And they've increased the speed here. Harvey Barnes wants a goal, and his shot is blocked after he carried it to the edge of the box and took it on. Tottenham Hotspur lead 3-0 against Doncaster. Brennan Johnson, the goal scorer. 4-1 to Newcastle. We've got a minute to play, and Spurs are through. That's just finished. Joelinton, who's got two. William Osula with the other two. On to Barnes, and it's run through to the Bradford goalkeeper.
comfortable, hasn't it?
Miley with a header. It's on halfway with Bradford. And Power, Voltamada on his shoulder. 30 seconds remaining. This is BBC Radio Newcastle. And, John Anderson will have a chat with Simon Pride, who will be here in a few minutes after the final whistle. It's a throw for the away team. Now they've lost it. It's Newcastle's throw. Referee has a last look at his watch. The final whistle is imminent. The place in the fourth round for the League Cup holders has been confirmed. Newcastle United are through. They've won by 4 goals to 1 against the team top of League One. The word we've used all night has been comfortable, and 2 goals in the first half. Joelinton and Osula, and Joelinton and Osula scored in the second half as well. Bradford substitute, the Newcastle fan Andy Cook, scored a very good goal. Great strike in off the bar. After coming on, it was 3-0 and 3-1, and then Osula restored the 3-goal cushion. So Newcastle into the 4th round draw for the League Cup, and plenty to be happy about it, to be satisfied with, John Ants.
Oh yeah, look, it was very comfortable. It was one-way traffic. Bradford got something out of it, scored a good goal. Great strike. Ramsdale had no chance with it, but the result was never in doubt. Could have been more, probably should have been more, but there'll be tougher tests along the way, that's for sure. But look, they came through this one well enough, came through it as well as you would have expected them to get through it. Bradford came, they battled, but they just didn't have the quality. Bradford were too quick, too much quality in this Newcastle side for them. But just glad to get through it.
Joelinton with 2 goals, but William Osula playing against League One opposition, 1 goal at centre forward, the other after he went out wide right. And again, it's a team from 2 divisions below, but when we've seen him at times on the right wing, because he has so much speed and he's not playing with his back to goal, I think perhaps they could get more out of him there. But what did you think of his overall performance?
Yeah, he did all right, didn't he? You know, we said beforehand that his game time will probably be very, very limited. But when he gets the opportunities, he's got to go and he's got to show the manager what he's about. He got 2 goals tonight. He couldn't have done any more, to be quite honest.
Now the 4th round draw will be made after Port Vale Arsenal. Last that we saw, it was still Port Vale 0, Arsenal 1. Plenty of Premier League teams in there, few from the Football League as well. Who would you like in the next round? And I think I know what you're going to say, but who would you like?
I don't know who's left in it, to be quite honest.
I thought you were going to say anybody at home.
Yeah, I would take anybody at home. A lesser side at home,
yeah. Well, Cardiff from League One, Wickham also, they are in. Wrexham are still in it. That would be interesting.
It would be.
Yeah. Obviously Liverpool are there.
Spurs are there.
Yeah. It's certain that Swedish striker scored for them last night.
Man City are there. You don't want Man City.
No, especially not away from home. Maybe here, they beat them here 2 seasons ago in the League Cup. I mean, the preference would be home tie, wouldn't it, against lower league opposition? But it will be another test, won't it, of the squad, the next round of the match. The 4th round will be played in the week commencing the 27th of October, which for Newcastle will be between Fulham at home and West Ham away. But then it will come a week after they play Benfica here in the Champions League. So again, it's what they call the 3-game week, midweek football.
Plenty of games. But if you're challenging on all fronts, that's the way it's got to be.
Newcastle's quest for more League Cup glory continues. 2 from Joelinton, 2 from William Osula, and the holders are through to the 4th round. They've beaten Bradford City at St James's Park by 4 goals to 1.
Anna Foster.
Weekday mornings from 10. She became the first person in the world with a stoma to swim the channel. But if you thought that would be that, you don't know Jill very well. Because no sooner was that challenge finished than she was planning another one. Tell us what it is. I'm going up Mount Kilimanjaro with Liz and 14 other amazing women, many of whom have got stomas or have got a traumatic birth history, or both. 5 days up to the Africa's highest peak, and then it's sort of a 2-day tumble back down the hill. Wow. And it will be, because coming down is going to be harder than going up.
Anna Foster.
Weekday mornings from 10.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride at St James's Park. We're on air until 10 o'clock, so you've got time to have your say. Why not send us a message, 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start your messages, please, with the letters BBC, and I'll put some of those to Ando in just a tick. Razor is off to get some post-match reaction. He will speak to Eddie Howe, and I suspect he might speak to one, if not both, of the goal scorers this evening as well, after Newcastle United beat Bradford City by 4-1. So they'll be in the draw. They are in the draw for the next round of the EFL Cup. That draw will take place shortly after the conclusion of all of tonight's games. There is a later game, the game between Port Vale and Arsenal. Let me tell you about the other scores. Manchester City have beaten Huddersfield by 2-0, a goal in each half for City. Phil Foden in the first half, Savinho in the second half. Spurs convincing winners over Doncaster Rovers as well. João Paulinho getting them in front on 14 minutes. Jay McGrath with an own goal on 17, so it was fairly straightforward for Spurs from there. And then Brennan Johnson in second half injury time, just putting a seal on things. And Arsenal are going to progress as well, it seems, because they have got a second now at Port Vale. Eberechi Eze had put them ahead on 8 minutes. Leandro Trossard has scored with 4 minutes remaining. They are approaching the 90-minute mark there, so it looks as though Arsenal, Spurs and Manchester City will be the teams that join Newcastle from this evening's games in tonight's draw for the fourth round of the EFL Cup. Elsewhere, in terms of other scorelines this evening, plenty of games in the Europa League. Nottingham Forest have been in action. They lead at Real Betis by 2-1, and actually Betis have scored as I say that, so it's 2-2 in that game. Now Anthony has scored for Real Betis. Forest, of course, Sunderland's opponents at the weekend, so 2-2 with a few minutes to play there. Celtic are 1-1 away at Red Star in the same competition, and all three of our championship clubs are in the Women's League Cup action this evening. And Newcastle have been beaten by Nottingham Forest by 2-1, despite going ahead through Beth Lumsden. They conceded 2 goals in quick succession straight after they'd scored, and Forest won by 2-1. This is a group stage, remember, so it doesn't mean that they are eliminated. Durham have drawn 1-1 with Sheffield United. It did go to penalties, that's the way it works for the extra point. Sheffield United winning 3-2 on penalties against Durham. Sunderland well beaten at WSL side Liverpool by 5-0. As a few of the Newcastle United players come out, the warm downs will be going on the pitch in front, and quite a few fans still in here to give a round of applause to them. And the Bradford players also, some of their fans stayed late as well to cheer their players. I think Ando put in a decent shift, the Bradford players, but they were always second best tonight, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. They just didn't have the quality or the pace. It was a tough night for them. I mean, they've been beaten 4-1, but it could have been so many more. Sula could have had a hat-trick. Joe Linton could have had a hat-trick. Guimaraes could have had a hat-trick.
Yeah, I know, I was going to say he could. There's a number of shots he had.
The chances he had. But look, it was one of those games where you just want to get through it. They got through it very, very comfortably. They didn't really have to exert themselves too much.
you would imagine that there'll be tougher tests along the way, but yeah, they got through tonight very, very comfortably indeed.
Ronnie in Swalwell says a canny run out for the lads and a brace each for Joe Linton and Osula. Jobs are good, and Osula in particular will be very happy with his night's work, I guess. You know, we talked again before the match about how perhaps sometimes he hasn't necessarily taken the opportunities that have been given to him. I think it's fair to say that he did take the opportunity tonight, didn't he? And he looked lively throughout and showed some good skills as well.
Yeah, he was busy. Look, we know he's quick and he runs around and he chases, and again, we spoke beforehand saying that the game time that he gets may be limited, and when he gets that game time, he's got to go on and press, and the boy couldn't have done any more than he did tonight. You know, he's gone and he's got himself 2 goals, so good night all round for him.
And Joe Linton used to be a striker, of course, and he showed some finishing skills tonight, didn't he?
Yeah,
fairly straightforward.
Straightforward. You know, he could have had a hat-trick as well, you know, but nice for him to get 2 goals. It's nice for midfield players to get goals, because we don't score enough goals from midfield, to be quite honest. You know, he got himself in there, got in the end of stuff, but it was it was a comfortable night all round, Simon. You know, I think Eddie Howe will be delighted that everybody's got through it. There doesn't seem to be any knocks, and they can prepare now for Arsenal on Sunday afternoon.
Just looking down my notes there, Anthony Gordon was another who had several attempts as well, so he could have scored a few too. So it was what Newcastle needed. I said this at the beginning of the show. You know, Newcastle fans could do with a dominant display. They could do with a few goals to cheer, and it's good to get into a habit of scoring goals no matter the opposition. So I think everything that you could possibly have wanted from tonight. I know they conceded one, but at least that was a Newcastle fan that scored it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, I suppose if you want to have a little bit of a moan, you could say they should have scored more. You know, they had the opportunities to really put Bradford to the sword. They didn't take them, but all in all, it was just a very, very comfortable night.
John in Albuquerque says he's calling for a worldwide ban on what he calls pink uniforms in football. I don't mind the pink. Do you, Ando? It's all right.
Never really thought about it, to be quite honest.
Doesn't bother you then? Okay.
No.
But John in Albuquerque,
right.
Thanks for listening over
Doesn't
in Albuquerque.
Like the pink kits.
He does not like the pink kits.
Right.
Alan from Hartlepool wants to know why we call Malik Chow, because that's his name, even though it's spelled Thiaw. That is how it's pronounced, Alan. So that's what we're going to call him. Alan says he keeps getting confused, thinking that Newcastle have signed a new player. However, that is the way it is. So yeah, keep the messages coming in. 08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApps with the letters BBC, and you can text 81333. I might have time to put a couple more to Ando before we go off air this evening. But it was a good start to the campaign in the trophy that they're defending, Ando. My next question to you, because the draw is going to be made fairly shortly. Who would you like in the next round? And I know exactly how you're going to answer that question.
Anybody at home?
Yes. Those 3 words I knew were coming next.
Not really anybody at home. You'd like
similar kind of game.
Wrexham, Cardiff.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you want a Welsh team, do you?
As long as we don't have to travel.
Yeah, and that makes a difference, particularly with the schedule that Newcastle have with the Champions League. And
absolutely.
They have to do there. The last thing you want is a long journey in the EFL Cup midweek as well.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Yeah. That would make a big difference, but you're not really bothered about who it is.
No, just as long as it's a home draw. Look, we got the final last year, and we did it the hard way. When you look at the teams that we had to play, the Premier League sides that we had to get past, but you'd like one of the so-called lesser sides, but here at St James's.
Anybody else that you would pick out from tonight's performance as well, who caught your eye, Ando?
Really difficult. I mean, it was a stroll in the park for them. They were just too quick and too strong for Bradford. You could see the gulf in class. You know, League One side, they're top of their league. You know, and you wish them all the best for the rest of the season, but they just didn't have the pace or the quality. You know, 2 centre-backs strolled through the game, didn't really break sweat. Full-backs got forward. You know, never really had a great deal of defending to do. Midfield players were
just so much better than what they had.
A good game for Lewis Miley to have, I think. He has a lot of responsibility there because he's the one that plays deepest of the three, isn't he?
Yeah.
And so he was picking the ball up and using it well and covering where he needed to cover. And he's learning a lot, obviously, from playing alongside the likes of Bruno
gave it away for their goal. Look.
He did.
On the edge of his own box.
He did. That was his low point of the night, I guess.
You got to learn that you can't give it away in those areas because you're going to get punished. I mean, to be fair, it's a great strike.
Yes,
it's a wonderful strike.
Yeah, that's what he will remember as a Newcastle fan.
Young Miley did well tonight. Yeah, he covered a lot of ground.
And as far as the keeper was concerned, didn't really have a massive amount to do. I mean, he's not getting many chances yet, Aaron Ramsdale.
Just looks so much more comfortable with the ball at his feet than Nick Pope does.
Yeah.
But he didn't have a great deal to do. He had no chance with the goal. I mean, it's flown past him. But what he had to do, he was very comfortable, very confident in what he did, and as I say, very comfortable with the ball at his feet.
Do you feel that that's going to be something that does eventually come into the reckoning for Eddie Howe? I mean, he got the ball a couple of times with players bearing down on him, and as you say, always looked comfortable. He shouts for the ball a lot as well. He wants it. He wants it from his defenders, doesn't he? Because he feels he can use it quickly and spread the play and stretch the play a little bit. So he's much more of an outfield player in his own mind, I think, than Nick Pope would be.
Yeah, look, he's better with the ball at his feet. There's no doubt about that. But Nick Pope's done nothing wrong this season. All you've got to do is look at the clean sheets that he's kept. We know that his weakness is when the ball's at his feet. You get a little bit edgy when he's put under a little bit of pressure, but when it comes to stopping the ball going in the back of the net, he's done that very well this season.
Next up, Arsenal here. One to look forward to.
Looking forward to that one on Sunday.
Yes, on Sunday afternoon.
It'll be a sterner test than what we had tonight.
You would expect so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Arsenal have beaten Port Vale, by the way, by 2-0. That is a full-time score, so the draw is coming up. But tonight, here at St James's Park, well, it has to be said that nobody has been singing K Sarah Sarah yet, but every road to Wembley has to start somewhere. Maybe this is another one of those starting here at St James's tonight. Goodbye.
Back to Bruno, edge of the box, now for Gordon to hit, blocked on the way through, Joelinton! Bottom corner from Joelinton. Newcastle patient passing around the penalty area, and it found its way to the Brazilian, who found the bottom left corner of the Bradford City net. And in the 17th minute, it's 1-0 to Newcastle United. Joelinton to Miley, room and runners. Bruno through for Osula, William Osula! That's his big moment, and he takes it. Slipped in by the pass, one-on-one with the keeper right-hand side of the penalty box, and William Osula is Newcastle's leading goal scorer this season with 2 after the one he got against Liverpool. Followed it up tonight, right-footed finish, and in the space of 2 minutes they have delivered 2 goals to open up a lead over Bradford City. On BBC Radio Newcastle, it's Newcastle United 2, Bradford City now. Here's Bruno, come back to that thought about Botman, into the penalty area on the left, back to goal. Bruno could lay it off. It's Joelinton, surely 3, yeah! Joelinton, second of the night, set up by Bruno, and he scored in the first half, he scored in the second. 75 minutes, Newcastle United 3, Bradford City now. And it's Neufville. His crosses stopped by Newcastle. Miley's clearance is blocked. Oh, what a goal! What a goal! Andy Cook has scored. The Newcastle United fan, on as a substitute after they tried to clear and it was blocked, has hit one, cracked it off the underside of the bar and in. What a proud moment for the 34-year-old. The black and white in the pink of Bradford tonight. A Bradford City hero has scored at St James's Park, the home of the club that he supports. It might not make a difference, but what a goal. Newcastle United 3, Bradford City 1. Baltamada just inside the area, Barnes across goal, it's in from Osula. William Osula's got his second of the night. Joelinton with 2, and now Osula. And they got in on the Bradford left. Barnes across in towards the back post, and Osula coming in from what looked like pretty much on the line, lifted it into the top of the net. Barnes took the keeper out with his pass. Walker couldn't get there. Osula did. I think he's done well since going out wide right, and he has his second goal tonight, his third of the season, top scorer again. Newcastle United 4, Bradford City 1, 88th minute.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle. On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 10 with the BBC News, I'm Anna Murray. Good evening. The government's considering financial support for companies in Jaguar Land Rover's supply chain, which have been badly hit by the temporary shutdown of its factories. The car firm has been the victim of a cyber attack. Production suspended until the beginning of next month. Sources say the government's considering buying component parts from suppliers to tide them over until factories reopen, or setting up a furlough scheme to pay workers. Plans to extend high-speed rail across the north of England have been delayed because of concerns over long-term costs. A government source has told the BBC that it remained committed to the project, known as Northern Powerhouse Rail, but that it was determined not to repeat what it said were the previous government's failures over the high-speed 2 line. Here's our economics editor, Faisal Islam.
A high-speed rail line connecting Liverpool, Manchester Airport and the centre of Manchester is a central piece of the overall Northern Powerhouse Rail project, aimed at cutting travel times between the major northern cities and boosting the UK economy outside of London. The Department of Transport is understood to have proposed a specific plan to the Treasury in order to release funds worth up to £1.5 billion ahead of building work to begin around 2030. But it's understood more time is being taken to ensure that the project has been fully scoped out before pushing ahead, an HS2 mistake the government wants to avoid.
Giant rocks are going to be brought by sea down the coastline to help shore up one of England's best loved beaches. It comes amid fears that Blackpool Beach could be completely eroded in the next 10 years if steps aren't taken now to protect it. A special exhibition started to let people have their say. Steve Ball is from Blackpool Council.
Concerns are aesthetics, the view, the classic view of Blackpool and the tower and the piers, but our head of tourism sees that positively. She potentially sees it as an attraction where we could have a sound and light experience and get people out of the cars when they come to illuminations.
Oxford scientists say any amount of alcohol consumption may increase the risk of dementia in the most comprehensive study of alcohol and dementia to date. Led by the University of Oxford, Yale and Cambridge, the research challenges previous suggestions that light to moderate drinking may have a protective effect against dementia. And a vegetable grower from Gloucester is hoping his £800 pumpkin will squash the opposition at the Giant Veg National Championship on Friday. Graham Barrett is using a forklift to take the pumpkin to the competition in Malvern. He already holds 4 world records for his giant vegetables.
You need good seed. You need to spend a lot of time preparing the ground, getting the right nutrients in, making soil tests. And you need good weather, which is what we have had this summer. And you need a lot of good luck.
And you can see more of this story and the rest of the day's news on the BBC News website. It's coming up to 3 minutes past